Yeah, I know. Oh, Don, I'm sweating. Okay. Hello, everybody. It's 6 o'clock. It's time to start our meeting. Welcome to the Flagler County Planning Development Board. This is our September 10th, 2024 agenda. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. We have Mark Langelo,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Here.
Dan Wilcox,
Here.
Timothy Connor. Okay, Michael Goodman, Anthony Lombardo,
Here.
and Jack Corbett.
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. And obviously, please remember to silence your phones. Okay, first thing we have is a pledge of the flag. Please stand up and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have the approval of the August 13th minutes. Did everyone have a chance to read those?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay,
Second.
we have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Nope. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial process tonight. I'm going to read what it says here. The audience should refrain from clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement to avoid potential legal ramifications and possible overturning of a decision by the courts. Public hearing must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. There's going to be time limits tonight. Staff will get 10-minute presentation. Applicant will get 15-minute presentation. The public will get 3 minutes unless you're speaking on behalf of a group. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, by the way, then you'll be the one speaking, not the rest of the group. Then the applicant will have a rebuttal of 10 minutes. Now, these times can be changed by the consensus of the board. So our first item is a continued item from the August 13th minute. It is project 2024-20056. This is a site plan in the C2 district. And who's doing this, Adam?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, thank you.
So this will be a truncated presentation, and what it will consist of is the documents, the portions of the site plan that they have had revised since the continuance, and so that you'll see the subject property here. And then this was the cover letter that was part of your packet that mentioned what was being done to address some of the board comments. If you remember, there were some handicapped accessible rooms that were on the north side that seemed to make sense to have handicapped parking there. And so while the applicant had said their intent was to have everyone park at if you were handicapped or needed that accessibility, park at the front, then use the route. Otherwise, it made sense to have that accessible route in front of the rooms. And so that change was made. And then mentions here increase the scale of the lighting plan. The date's still the same on it. The plan that you had as it was last time, was the same this time, was able to be zoomed in. So if you had that opportunity, I can't do it on the PowerPoint. I couldn't do it last time. I won't be able to do it this time. But you could do it, and the folks watching and listening at home can do the same. And it shows that there is no light that's cast off onto the adjacent parcels, at least as proposed. And so here's those sheets that were changed. This is sheet C002. I'll try to move my cursor here, and so you can see the parking area that was added for the ADA accessible spaces. This one's called the Demolition and Erosion Control Plan. This one's a dimension plan, sheet C003. The grading plan, sheet C004. Sheet C005, the utility plan. What's of note here is the two utility access easements, one for water, one for sanitary sewer. And so those, if you know the orientation here, you can see the offset that north is not exactly at the top. This is that entrance into Holiday Travel Park, and this is that access road, and shows the two utility crossings that are there. And then this is that lighting plan that I mentioned before that I had in the packet that is presented here. Same date, but the legend, I think, has been touched a little bit to be able to make it where it's a little bit more legible, I think is what they've done in your packet. And then remember also that we had the utility easement that we were waiting on. When we were here last time, the utility easement was not recorded. This document has now been recorded. It does consist of the 3 pages, then along with that, then as a graphic at the end that shows those utility easements that I showed you previously. And so that's now of record, and we've got that. So that when we had that continuance before, we were waiting for those pieces. That's now all taken care of. With that, I'll close my presentation with those same options I presented to you previously, site plan approval. And the condition here would be that it's following the plan that's been submitted. And then option then for you could deny it and then put reasons on the record for denial or continue it to a time and date certain. You can do that again. We typically do allow in our rules two continuance processes and before we have to go back and do any kind of notice or anything like that. Did have a question that I'll quickly address before I turn it over to Mr. Moylan, but there was a question about further conditions. Typically, we don't push into those with site plans. Your action here is, for the most part, almost a ministerial action, but it is something to at least note for the record that we realize there's a lot of history with this. There may be some push towards extra conditions, but noting that at least what I've put here, what's put into the record, following the plan is what your step would be here. So if you approve it, we're intending to hold them to the plan that's been submitted, inclusive of those pages that I presented today that were the changed pages. And so if an action for approval would make that happen. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Moylan for a few comments.
Mr. Chairman, my
Yes.
monitor is asleep. Could I get this alive?
Yes, sir. We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
And while they're working on that, when
Could I
this,
interrupt you just 1 second?
Yes.
I assume the board secretary noticed that Mr. Connor is here. I just noticed. Okay.
when this item was last before you, there was a lot of extraneous information that you heard, things about criminal charges in other states. There was questions about the type of hotel that might be constructed here, the extended stay, and what I'm asking you to do tonight when you're looking at this item is to evaluate it as a site plan. This is not a rezoning. This is not a special exception where you can impose conditions. If the woods in the back of this parcel were not part of the parcel, this wouldn't even be in front of you. It'd be reviewed only by staff for technical compliance with our code. I understand the comments of the board at that last meeting because the behavior of this group has been, well, let's just say not good. They've brazenly defied the court's order. They immediately breached their contract with the county as soon as they had an opportunity to do so. There's nothing admirable of their behavior, but it has nothing to do with a site plan. They have every right to come before you and to ask for a site plan to be approved. And if you are to muddy the waters with those extraneous items, it will be very difficult for me to defend that decision in court. And it will potentially have implications on the pending lawsuit already in court. So please, you're here to approve a site plan, and any questions regarding a site plan are fair game. But aside from that, it's already a commercial site, so they can put this in front of you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mullin. Basically, you're saying just stay in your lane, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward and give any presentation tonight?
Good evening. Dennis Bear on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined by Kim Buck, who's the engineer of record on this project. I feel compelled to respond to one of the comments that Sean made. What you're going to determine tonight is actually the end of the agreement that my clients reached with the county way back before they took possession of the property. In that agreement that we allegedly so brazenly violated was requirements that we pull permits in a 90-day period of time. But once you start getting into pulling the permits, then it became apparent that we had to redo the entire site plan because of the condition of the property. So it was, even though my client signed the agreement, it was impossible for them to comply within 90 days of what was required. So this is the end product. This is a very technical review tonight. Basically, do we meet the technical requirements for the site plan review? The prior history is out the record, out the window. We could go back, and Sean and I could go back and forth all night on some of the things that happened. But I would just like confirmation from Mr. Mengel that in fact, the plan with the revisions that have been done since the last meeting do meet the technical requirements from the county. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And so, as you all are well aware, as you get further down the planning process, rezoning is a legislative type thing. You've got a lot more discretion. When you get down to the site plan, it's really an engineering issue. And that's why Ms. Buck is here tonight to answer any questions. And again, focus on the issues. Hopefully, this eyesore will finally start the renovation process. We can get the restaurant, we can get the hotel in there. There's been a lot of interest from both restaurants and hotel companies in this property, so we're looking forward to finishing the last step and getting this project underway. But again, Ms. Buck is here if you have any questions or if you have anything you'd like to add.
No, just here to answer any questions.
Okay, before I actually turn over to the board, I forgot, I was remiss. We do need to ask for any ex parte communication. Does anyone on the board have to reveal any ex parte communication? Well, I must be the only, Mike?
One of the items on the agenda.
This item right here we're talking
Oh,
about.
no, not this.
Okay. Yeah, I actually had a conversation earlier, and on this item, basically, we wouldn't really discuss the item, but I did, someone did bring up the item on the agenda tonight. Okay, at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the board. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of Mr. Mengel before I open it to public comment?
I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
I wasn't here at last meeting. So is the building going to be totally demolished, not renovated, or is it going to, what's the process that you guys are doing there?
Kim, go ahead.
Hi, Kimberly Buck, Allen Engineering. The building is basically a shell. It will be remodeled, renovated. So the basic shell is still in place and will continue to be there. It won't be demolished.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
The water availability, has it been resolved out there, water and sewer?
Yes, it has. The issue initially, we were going to come across the gas station. We couldn't work out an arrangement with the owner of the gas station. Now we're coming through Holiday Travel, and that was the issue with, we had to work out the utilities with them at the last minute instead of going through the gas station.
And there is capacity available to serve?
That is correct.
That's my question.
So we do have a will serve letter or something? Adam? Do we have a will serve letter on this?
We had a will serve before, and so I think that, now what we'll be moving forward to would be permitting, but we've had the will serve for a while now.
Thank you.
Capacity's there, just a route to get into the property to serve the property
Yeah,
that's
I
changed.
remember that from last time. Any other questions? All right, thank you. If you want to hang on a minute, go to the side, we're going to open this up to public comment. We're going to open this up to the public. If you have anything to say on this item, please come forward, state your name. You have 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of a few people in my development in the reserve.
Well, if you're going to speak on behalf of Grand Reserve, then nobody else will speak on Grand Reserve. Does anyone else from Grand Reserve want to speak on this item? Raise your hand.
Not Grand Reserve, the Reserve, right
What?
next to, the Reserve right next to.
The Reserve. Does anyone else want to speak on behalf of the Reserve? Okay, go ahead.
All right, now we're talking about, this site approval is for the extended stay version or a hotel version?
Sir,
Because,
could you
oh,
state
I'm
your
sorry,
name?
Jeff Loker, 16 Hummingbird, sir.
Thank you.
So is it for the extended stay version that was revealed at the last meeting, or is it for a hotel? Because if it's for an extended stay, I have a lot to say, and if it's just for a hotel, I can limit my comments. Because they were trying to hide the extended stay until.
What I'm going to ask everybody on your stuff is we won't be able to mostly go back and forth with open discussion. So
I'm
what
not looking for an
What I'm
open
going to ask
discussion,
you
but-
is just to ask your questions. I'm trying to make some notes. I think.
Okay, my
the-
question is
The
this-
applicant may make some, and so won't the staff.
This
So,
application for the extended stay or for a hotel?
okay. Anything else you want to, or add any other comments or any other questions on that?
Okay, so you're pigeonholing me, so, okay. So the true intent of this applicant has been uncovered at the last planning board meeting, which was not to erect a hotel, but to build an off-brand extended stay, which I assume is still the case here today. I've spoken to law enforcement clients that I have in various Florida communities, also in other states as well, and described to them what was going to happen here. We're not talking about extended stay, the brand. We're talking about off-brand extended stays. When I told them what this was, their immediate comment to me was, "You're looking for trouble." I said, "What do you mean I'm looking for trouble?" This is a quote. "Over time, you can expect increased crime, drugs, and prostitution."
Sir, okay. We're going to have a full agenda tonight, and I
No,
don't.
I'm almost
and I-
done. If
all
you
right, go
stop
ahead.
interrupting me, I'll finish.
All right, go ahead.
Right?
I-
So the business model of this project doesn't make any sense, as some of the board members said at the last meeting. Full occupancy is not guaranteed unless they enter into a contract with the state, which would eventually house welfare families, homeless, and even then, that business model is barely going to be viable. I'm a certified public accountant with 45 years' experience. I'm a forensic accountant. I've done a lot of these type of jobs. I ran the numbers. They don't work. Further, does the board really want to put these kind of people in an area where you have upscale communities? I wouldn't think that's good planning. I don't think that would be your intent. So originally, it was understood that a hotel was to be erected until the planner and engineer tried to sneak one past the board by not addressing the fact that it was going to be an extended stay. While not ideal and definitely not supported by the community, a hotel would be better than an off-brand extended stay. So if this project is to move forward, it should be as a regular hotel. And if it goes through, in any case, what we would like to see is that we have at least a 10-foot high fence between our property and theirs, running along the whole property line, that none of the trees or the natural buffer be removed like they did over at the storage facility, where they knocked everything down even though they weren't supposed to, and then said, "Oops, we made a mistake, we're sorry." We don't want to have that either. We don't want lights to be interfering with the people's peaceful enjoyment that is right adjacent to the property. I mean, directly adjacent. We'd also want things, especially if it's an extended stay, that they'd be able to store motorized vehicles, any kind of motorized transportation in that area. And by the parking layout they have, I believe, 180 spaces for 62 units. I know part of that includes the restaurant, but come on, let's be real. How many people are going to go to a restaurant by the extended stay? I don't think you're going to get too many. The history of this property is dismal. And I think if you approve an extended stay, even a hotel for that matter, the history is destined to repeat itself. I'm going to give it 5 to 7 years before it fails, and you're going to be looking at the same problem that you've been having for the past, 10, 12 years with this property. And that's not to mention, as the attorney mentioned, they still owe the $250,000, which they just said we're not paying. So I know that's a whole separate issue, but
Okay, sir.
That should say
I do have to cut you off at this point. I just want to point out to yourself and everyone speaking tonight, I need to keep your comments germane to the issue that this board will be hearing. As both attorneys and staff has said, unfortunately, we're not here for a zoning issue. So the issue, whether or not it's an extended stay or hotel, is not a issue that we're hearing tonight. We're talking about, you did bring up some points about a fence and about buffers, and those are germane to the subject. But what the use of the property is not our discussion, and I will answer some more of that at the end of this, and our staff will.
will that be heard at a different date?
I'm sorry?
Will that be heard at a different date?
The use of it, again, let me finish public comment, and I'll give you an answer when we finish public comment.
Would you address that? Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Please come forward now. And again, please try to keep the comments pertinent to a site plan approval and not necessarily on the character of the applicant or on what the use is. So whether it's a hotel or anything else is not what we're hearing tonight. Please, sir, you have to speak to the microphone and tell us who you are.
Well, before I start my time, Adam,
I won't start. Yeah, go ahead.
could you please put up the site plan for the room, the floor plan, the first floor?
I can't do that. I don't have that here. And so I have a,
Not part of the package? It's online.
I have a PowerPoint. I don't have the,
Have you all seen it? Okay. Okay, my name is Alan Sandiford, 14 Treetop Circle, Plantation Bay. I object to this proposal for a number of reasons. If I could have had up here, if I'd have known, I'd have brought it myself. I can't understand why we can't see a picture of it. But when you do look at the way the rooms of the hotel are laid out, it's not a hotel per se. It's separate rooms with side rooms. They've got cooking facilities and all that sort of thing. It's similar to an apartment, and it's different from an apartment in that, you know, if you're going to rent an apartment, you have to show some background and credit checks and put a deposit down or something like, you know, to something a little bit more substantial. But for a week to week, a month to month type of setup, which these rooms are set up for, you know, you don't even have that. I don't understand how it can be considered a hotel as such for a
Sir,
hotel.
again, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I don't know if you followed what I said. This is
Okay.
complicated
I'll talk about
stuff.
something else. I'll talk about something else while I still have
Yeah,
time.
if you can speak about the site plan, if you have
the,
something about the site plan, we'd
So I'm
love
just
to
going
hear
to
you.
say, I'm going to say object to the way the rooms are set up in the site plan. I mean, that's one thing I want to say, is that the way the rooms are set up in the site plan are obviously little apartments. They're not hotel. So I object to that, because that's not a standard hotel. Then also the lights, if you get into the detail lights, it's very hard to see, but when you look at the detail plan for the lights, for that particular light fixture, they have 5 different levels of lighting. And they've chosen the 4th to the brightest level of lighting, 50,000 lumens. That's way overkill for our area. It's unnecessary, it's excessive. They can easily tone that down. The light fixtures, a lot of them are close to one of them is very close to the gas station back behind, and there's a couple of them close to the properties also, the residential homes. And even though it says there's no overspill and all that, they reflect off cars and shine back out. They reflect off buildings and shine out. If it was just the light shining down, it'd be one thing, but you got to consider the reflections. And if you're going to choose the next to the very brightest light that they can use for that, the 4th of the highest, 50,000 lumen per light, that's unnecessarily excessively bright. And I agree with the previous speaker saying that a fence buffer, in any case, if it's a regular hotel, a fence buffer should be put up to protect those neighbors on that side from the restaurant, the parking, the hotel parking, and all that, which is going to be right up on them over there on that side. But again, I want to say that as far as hotel planning, please review the room plans for this and ask yourself, is that a hotel or is that mini apartments?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Please come forward and state your name. And again, please keep it relevant to the site plan, not to the use. Thank you.
Hi, Harriet Castle, 14 Treetop Circle. Yes, I'll stick to the site plan. We were waiting for the easement last time. One thing that the attorney didn't mention was there's another easement. There's an encroachment easement that apparently has been agreed among the two, and that's something that should be on the site plan. I don't think you guys should be deciding on this tonight until you are able to review this. That's the whole reason that Holiday Travel Park signed the easement, utility easement for them, is because they in turn gave them an encroachment easement. But they haven't wanted to show it to you guys. And they haven't mentioned it either, and it should have been part of your packet. It's about 20 feet by 370 feet that's encroaching onto this property. It could impact the future stormwater pond, which I'd also like to mention that they have not requested a permit. I called yesterday. There's still no permit after 3 years for this site, which it looks like there's a wetland there as well. But yeah, 20 by 370 encroachment area. That could impact setbacks, the stormwater pond, the site plan. Last time I was here, Kim said they were going to use dark sky lighting and all the paperwork. There's nothing that says dark sky lighting. I understand the county doesn't mandate that, but she did say they were going to use it, and it is backing up against the reserve, which is also a Plantation Bay development. And it is, it is very close. Also last time, if I remember correctly, Adam had mentioned that the impervious area is actually over 70%. I think he said it was 72, 73%. So I have an issue with the impervious area. And I also have an issue with the extended stay. I thought it needed to have a different zoning or qualification for that you guys should take under consideration. So in closing, I'm concerned about the existing wetlands, nothing from the St. John's Water Management District. And also, these people have been affiliated with a property located at 6700 Turtle Mound Road in New Smyrna that was cited August 19th.
Ma'am, we're not,
that is
we really don't
considered
want to go into
unsafe
the
and
applicant's
dilapidated.
character, okay?
Well, I have my 3 minutes, and I think it's important. You might not think it's important.
We
and
think it is
the
very
county
important,
attorney
but-
doesn't think it's important, but because it is related and they have criminal blight, it is related, and an argument could be made for that. It's not like we're saying they got
Thank you,
arrested
ma'am.
for shoplifting.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a full agenda, and I really have to keep it moving, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jen.
Anyone else like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close it to public comment, and the applicant has time to rebut.
What I'd like to do is address the one question about the encroachment easement. As part of the surveying, we found that a number of the portions of the units at Holiday Travel encroached on the property. It is shown on the plans. So we're not hiding anything. It was something there. Quid pro quo, we'll give you the easement, we give them an encroachment agreement, and that's on a part of the property that's not being developed as part of this proposal. That is on the vacant piece of property, just like the wetlands that aren't being impacted by what we're talking about right now. Ms. Buck, can you address the question that was just brought up about the lighting? What is the quality and the type of lighting on the property?
So the lighting is dark sky, and it is it has 0 foot candles by the time you get to the property line, which is more than what the county requires, but it is in keeping with what we normally do.
And has the applicant, have you applied to St. Johns River Water Management District for the part of the property we're talking about tonight?
Yes, we did. We just submitted in the last couple days. Reason that we hold off is if there are any changes that come out of public hearings, we usually want to take those into consideration before we submit to the district. So we've had our wetlands delineated, and all of that has been uploaded to the district.
And also, somebody mentioned the number of parking spaces. Is this the number that's required by the county as part of the site plan process?
It is. We are actually spot on. We have provided no more and no less than what the requirement is for the restaurant and the hotel.
Thank you. I have nothing else unless you all have some questions for us.
Does anyone on the board have any questions for the staff or for the applicant?
Yes, get to the, if you would, the impervious ratio comment that was made earlier. Can you clarify that for us?
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, but I know the allowable impervious is, I want to say 70%, and we've got considerably less than that.
Thank you.
And I noticed, Mr. Mingle, you were nodding your head in agreement.
That's correct. It's a large site. If I was going to guess at it, I'd say closer to 40 to 50% if it's even that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Connor, any other questions?
None for the applicant.
Okay. Anyone else
Chairman.
on the board?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. Looks like there's a tree buffer to the west between the property and the subdivision that's to the west. Is there any fence planned or no? No.
Not at this time, there's not.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I have a couple myself. Is there the actual existing trees that are shown on the site plan, Adam, they're shown on the site plan, so they will not be removed, correct?
I think if let me pull that one drawing up, because I think that we did have, and I'll look to Kim to correct that, so that you've got, I think there's some trees right here, and then she's showing, isn't that an extra area, Kim? Isn't it? I thought there was a couple of spots where there was going to be, and I think here also that where it's gray is, I'll let her answer that, because my particular interest with that, answering that question is right here. And I think
The
there's some,
majority of the rest of the trees that are on that site plan are remaining, which most
That
of
is
them, I believe,
correct.
were to the north of that, correct?
that is correct.
That is correct. So the shaded areas that are on the exhibit right now are new parking areas. And so any of the trees in there will come out.
Right.
There's, quite frankly, there's not much that is existing in that area. There are some that are in that 6 to 7 foot buffer along that edge, and those are all to remain.
So the area to the, I guess would be the west, where that driveway curves around from the back, where it's so close to the property line, would that be appropriate? I'm going to probably ask Adam, but you can comment too. Would that be appropriate to have a fence in there? I'm not sure what is, I think I remember it on the other property appraisal, that's just basically a wooded reserve as part of the other project?
So what happens there, we do have our canal that is safe to say is overdue for maintenance, but it's got trees that are there. There are trees on the west side of that canal also. And then as I recall, there is a buffer, I can't tell you how wide it is on the reserve subdivision, but we do have our canal with natural growth of trees that are on both sides right now, on both the east and the west
Would
side.
those trees be removed if the canal has to be?
Yeah, what I would think would happen is we'd remove one side to get access, and if I'm guessing at it, it's going to be the east side is what we would end up doing, and then we'd leave the west intact. There's no reason for us to take trees down outside of the actual banks of the canal.
Okay. I want to go back to the encroachment issue, because the point may be lost upon us, but the site plan, while it shows it, are we addressing that in this site plan? So the fact that this operation is on this site plan, how is that affecting, is this now non-conforming because we have an operational thing that's up there that is not correct?
No, I think what Mr. Bayer said covered it from my end, is that it's irrespective of anything that's happening in this area with the motel, that it's fixing a problem.
The fact that it's on there, does that mean we are approving that being there because we're approving this site plan?
I guess you could look at it that way, but it's
Mr. Moylan, do you have a comment as far as
It doesn't show up on
the
this-
encroachment? I don't know if
not on
that
these sheets.
is violating any of the, any of our rules as far as trailer park rules, and if that encroachment in that corner then violates, any site requirements for trailer park on the corner? Because in
I
effect,
haven't-
we're allowing that operation on this property, right?
I have not seen the easement you're referring to. The depiction on the screen right now does not show it.
It's on one of them. I think we had it last time. It was on,
Yeah, on this, it would be right underneath the title block is where it would show up. But I don't have that slide here. I didn't repeat the things we had
Yeah.
last time because I wanted to be expeditious. Obviously, that didn't pay off.
Bear, go ahead, if you have a comment on that
Yeah,
concern.
just so we're clear, there are no permanent structures allowed in the encroachment area. So there's no houses, nothing permanent, no roads, anything of that sort would be allowed in that area. It's just, again, it's an existing, I've dealt with encroachment issues before. Somebody's fence is on my side of the property, can stay there until it has to be removed or replaced or something of that sort. So it's a fairly
Right,
standard agreement.
that's a permitted item. I'm just wondering now if we accept the site plan that shows another operation happening on there, do we have to make that operation fall into all the requirements for that on the site plan? Are we remiss in not looking at that operation now existing on this site that we're not addressing?
I don't know what that easement looks like, but it does not appear to be interfering with this site plan. They have their hotel layout there, they've got parking, they've got the utilities. We have a checklist that's referenced in our code. Appendix B is how it's referred to, and it has the types of things you would expect. That is, the area, the CCCL, not applicable here. Floor areas, lot lines, just the things you'd expect. But if someone has encroachment along the boundary line, I don't think that detracts from the viability of this plan as a functioning hotel.
And if I'll offer up, Mr. Chairman, that we've been talking with Holiday Travel Park for about 15 years now, and this may be the year when we'll come back with a planned unit development and an agreement, and also potentially a site plan, and I would expect that that area of encroachment would be shown on that site plan. And I know it's just an area where there's other parking, it's part of their transient area, and so from a use standpoint, it's part of Holiday Travel Park. It's not part of this. And so now with the agreement in place, I think my approach would be is that's fixing the problem. And then as far as a use and a use approval, to me, you're going to see it when Holiday Travel Park shows up.
Okay, so my last issue had to be with our first speaker's concern, who, obviously several people have the same concern, and they're confusing this issue as we were sort of conflating ourselves last meeting, but trying to find a way around it. But as Mr. Moreland pointed out, we have a narrow window of stuff for us to review tonight. So for the question had to do with, if this is called a hotel and it becomes an extended stay or any other operation, how would that be dealt with going forward?
Well, an extended stay hotel is okay, but if you allow guests to stay beyond 30 days, you'd then be in violation of the zoning, and we would likely bring them in front of our special magistrate, although perhaps depending on the situation, there could be other remedies available through the court system. For example, if it were to become a public nuisance, because they were mentioning crime, there are ways to enjoin and abate nuisance properties. But if it was something short of a nuisance and people were just staying there longer than they should, that'd be a zoning violation and be very serious, because you're triggering, for example, school impact fees that would have to be paid.
Would that use be allowed on this property?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
30 days would be the limit.
So a guest staying beyond 30 days triggers at minimum a zoning, it would be a code enforcement through zoning. And the other issues, which could be more serious, would then trigger police action and maybe some other more legal action by the system.
Right, there would
Okay,
be
I
other
hope that
remedies.
answers the speaker's question. Anyone on the board have any other questions, or do we have a motion?
I got a question. I'm going to just kind of ask you, Mr. Langella, because you're very experienced in construction. What's the age of the structure that they're renovating? Do we know? I mean, it's been there for a really long time.
I'd say between 70 and 71, I think, was when it came online, so
And they're looking to
1970.
Not knock it down and rebuild new. They're using existing walls, pipes, and things of that nature. I mean, the lifespan of that material there, they just, in my opinion, seems like the right way to do it is to go in and knock it all down and build new. But they're going the inexpensive way.
If I might clarify, it's the shell that they're keeping, so it's the concrete block that is in okay condition, and they re-roofed it And then all of the internal, the piping, the, internal walls, all of that's having to be redone.
Okay, so it's going to have new
basically-
piping and everything in it, okay.
It's just basically the shell, so that they are keeping their structural integrity of the outside walls.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
Answer your question?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
I have a couple questions for staff. Just for clarity, Mr. Moreland, if I understand the current situation, your office on behalf of the county is in active litigation with the applicant. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have just been issued, since the last time we met, the judge issued another order that compels them within 45 days to turn over a lot of intrusive information that they're not going to want to give us. Canceled checks, tax information, minutes from their board's meeting, if there are any, statements from all their banks, all their financial information. They have to cough it up because they refuse to honor the contract or the court's order. And this is far from over, despite what was stated earlier. This is yet another step along the way. They are under a demolition order if they do not get this approval from you and get permits and, refurbish this building. They need to refurbish it or knock it down, but they got to get off of center and do something.
If I understand the cornerstone, or at least one of the cornerstones of the litigation, it is that they have in fact been dragging their feet and not doing these things in a proactive way.
It has
And
become.
that's a big part of the county's claim, is that these guys have failed over and over and over again to live up to their obligations and move forward. And you want move forward or give it up.
Yes,
Is that
yes.
a fair characterization of this lawsuit?
Absolutely. Yes. Delay has been a strategy.
Okay. So if, for instance, the Central Planning Department refused to give them a building permit, even though they had filed the application and paid the fees and done everything necessary to pull a building permit, how would that impact your litigation?
They would assert in court that we've put them in a catch-22, that we're telling them to refurbish this building, but then blocking their ability to do so. And they have insinuated that to the court, despite our office helping them get that will serve letter from the utility.
Just for the record, I'm objecting to this entire conversation. This is not relevant to the issues here tonight, Mr. Connor. With all due respect as fellow counsel.
I think it is, Mr. Bear. Hold on. So if in fact this board were to create the stumble, that would give them the ability to defend in court that it's the county holding them up, not them holding us up, how would that impact your litigation?
It's hard to say exactly, but it's fair to say that they would raise it as an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Could we put a time limit on them to act?
That question was asked prior, and the attorney has already advised us that because it is a site plan approval, we actually don't have that ability, and that actually could be problematic also.
All right.
We have any other questions or a motion? I'd like to make my one statement, which is I was among all of us at the last meeting. I know, Anthony, you weren't here, who we did not like issues and revolved around this. But I think we have to, like I said earlier, we have to kind of stay in our lane. What we're tasked with tonight is not to determine if it's an extended stay or any other type of use. We're here to evaluate if they met the site plan requirements, and if they did, then we're basically obligated to approve it without, we have to have a motion to deny with a cause, and so we just want to caution you. So it may not be a project that we think is something great, but we don't really have that. It's not for us to make that determination if we like the use, so.
I'll make a motion.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah. With the, that we approve the site plan, but with the caveat that they have to put on the west side a 10-foot fence.
I was going to say an 8-foot concrete wall.
Are you seconding his motion?
I don't think that a fence is going to help. It's not going to make a sense. Sorry.
I know it won't help,
It's
but
not gonna
it'll
make a
be,
difference what they
it'll be
need.
something.
Would a concrete wall help?
Well, let's get an approval of a motion, we can discuss it. Do we have a second? We have a second for Mr. Goodman?
Yes, we have a second.
We have a second, okay. So, Adam, do we have the ability to add on the requirement a fence or buffer on this property, being that it's so close to the edge and this is a concern?
Yeah, I think you can, that, I think that's possible. Yes, sir.
Are we
I'm
not
gonna,
getting in and-
if you'd like to come up and just state your response to that. Usually that's not normal, but I just want to give you guys full
Are we not
ability
getting
to-
in the
to-
design practice then? We
Yeah.
don't need to be in the business of designing sites. That's my opinion. That's for engineers and other people.
Ms. Buck will address that issue, but her first comment to me when you made the motion in that regard is, well, there go all the trees. So if we have to put a concrete wall in that area, all those trees are going to have to go in order for placement and construction and things. And remember, you got a ditch on the other side.
I didn't make the suggestion of a concrete,
Okay,
I said a fence.
fence, okay. There was
You
somebody
said- I
else
think
said
it's a
concrete.
6-foot
but-
high fence, right?
I said 10, well, like, I could go with 8 too, but I mean, it could be vinyl. You don't have to take down the trees to do that.
Okay.
Okay, our only objection is, again, you still have to put the post in the ground, and we run the risk of harming the few trees that are there. In addition to that, we do have, a heavily vegetated ditch that is between this property and the neighboring residential area to the west. So I'm not sure what it's going to offer. So that would be
How
my
much
only
of the property
question.
are we talking about?
What's the length of the property?
We talking about just that one area where the parking is, that one drive there?
Yeah,
Because then
the
it's,
length of the property from,
you're talking about the whole length of the property?
yeah, the whole length of the property along the west edge.
You do have at that north end, you can see part of it on this. You have the wetland that comes in at that far corner. And what I'd suggest if you're talking about doing that is, let me see if I can get the cursor to work. Oh, it's going to work, hot dog. So probably from this area here in this kind of limits of their development, from here southward to the terminus at the gas station parcel.
Correct.
Is what I would say, because from here on, I believe, Ms. Buck, this is going to be left in its natural state. You're not doing anything here, so.
That is correct, and
Yeah.
we don't want to impact the wetlands if we can avoid it.
Because they're very close to the property line there, and if the county goes ahead and cleans out the swale, we don't know how much vegetation will be removed.
Understood.
Do we have any other discussion on this motion to approve with the condition of putting a fence basically from the southwest corner to the end of the parking lot to the north of the development? Do you have any- I understand what you're saying. but
Again, I'm not
make it-
entirely comfortable dictating or mandating a fence along that. I don't know that we have enough perspective from this board right now, knowing the site, the intimacy of the site. I think we may create more damage than we try to avoid. I don't disagree with the need for it, but I just question our motive there.
Any other?
I would agree. Right now, there's a ditch and trees. I don't know what the fence would accomplish other than them removing some trees to make a straight line fence. Who's going to walk through the trees in a ditch to, they can walk around the fence on the other side. I don't see what the, what's that?
Just thinking about future development down the road, if something else comes on the other.
Mr. Goodman, I'm not sure if we're getting you on the microphone, sorry.
I'm sorry. Just in case, there's development to the west, and at least this gives it an added buffer.
Well, there is development to the west. There's already a neighborhood there.
Oh,
See that?
oh, there we go. I didn't see that on my.
But there's a ditch and trees.
Well, then it even makes more sense to me, because this would protect that community from additional noise and lighting and so forth and so on. I mean, this gives them a little bit more security, gives them a better feel. I mean, if, it's just my suggestion. It's up to the board now to decide what they want to vote on.
Any other discussion on this motion?
So that was, the motion was an 8-foot
The motion was to
fence?
approve, I'm assuming, approve the site plan
Plan,
with
correct.
the additional condition that a fence, a 10-foot fence of any
Vinyl.
vinyl or similar material, I guess, be
A
erected.
Privacy fence, not chain
Privacy.
link.
Privacy.
Any other discussion on that?
Well, if we're going to do this, and I think maybe we're headed to getting a resolution here, then I would request an additional amendment that is a caveat to the fence requirement that prohibits the construction of a fence in a way that would remove trees from the buffer or other necessary vegetation. So if it's possible to put a fence, if you look at the site plan, there's already a fence over there. This place has been fenced in for years. But I don't want to put a criteria on this that requires a fence that's going to take our trees out. I think Ms. Buck has a good point in that regard.
I'm not sure there's that many trees. I don't know if, Adam, you want to talk about that. I mean, looking at the site plan, looks like it's pretty much cleared all the way up to that northern point. Then there's a forest back there, but that is opposite the residential development. So is there that many trees? I don't know, Kim, if you want to comment. Is there that many trees that would be removed by the making of the fence?
I don't have the number. You can see, I think, from your, from the aerial, that there are trees right along that edge. I think it's going to make it difficult to put it in. I guess we wouldn't object to it. I guess my biggest question is 10 feet. I'm not even sure I can get a 10-foot vinyl fence.
Yeah, I do know they make.
Where?
I do know. I knew that 6 foot is common.
Yeah.
I think you can get it maybe
8-foot.
Yeah, I think you can get 8, but I'm not sure about 10.
I'll revise it to 8-foot.
revise it to 8 foot. And you revise your motion, Mike, to an 8 foot.
I'm not really in favor of mandating a fence, but if it's going to affect the trees, I think Mr. Connor has a good point.
Mr. Boyd, you could slide up to your
Oh,
microphone.
I'm sorry. I said, I'm not really in favor of mandating a fence. I think Mr. Connor has a good point. If we can, if they can do it without affecting any trees, that would be a different thing. That would be preferable.
Well, they
But
have,
maybe the fence would be in front of the tree line wherever possible.
that would work.
Kim?
I mean, I can't say one way or another right now that I can do that, but yeah, I mean, that would be preferable.
Mr. Moylan, do you have any problem with that?
And what it's going to entail, and staff have to accept this, is typically, we are required to put some landscape material up against the parking. And so we put the fence there, it's going to have to be right up against the parking because that existing parking lot is right, it's very close to the property line. So we'd have to eliminate some of that planting material on this side of the fence.
And staff understands that.
Okay, so as long as you're okay with it, then we can do that.
So, okay. You understand where she's
No, I
saying?
understand where we're going with this.
Okay.
I like vegetation opposed to over fences, personally, in my opinion. I'll
No,
go
no,
with what
I
you guys go.
agree with you liking the vegetation, but
Yeah, I understand. what you're-
based on the history of the applicant and their disregard for trees on other properties, I feel this is a prudent measure.
Okay, I understand.
I would like to state, I don't think we should pass an ordinance on the character of the applicant versus on, but rather on the site plan, how it would affect the neighborhood.
I apologize for that.
Okay. All right, do you have any other comments on this one, or we're going to bring it to a vote? Okay, so the motion is to approve the site plan with the caveat of putting an 8-foot privacy fence that would run from the southwest corner up to the northernest part of the parking lot along that west property line. And the fence would weave around the trees wherever possible to avoid taking trees down and the, where that would then prohibit some landscaping, that would be excused by staff. Okay? That understood? Make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposed. Okay, the motion is approved, and thank you very much. Number 5, this is a legislative issue, so it does not require ex parte communication. This one right here is a small-scale future land use amendment from the mixed-use low-intensity to residential low-density rural estate and conservation area. I think this is the one right around the corner from this. Adam?
I neglected with the prior application, I think you had been provided emails that we have received since publishing our agenda. With this one also, you have those emails, and just know that everything that we received, we did forward to you, and hope that you all had a chance to look at those. There's been quite a few about both the prior item and then these next 3. With that, I'll go through the slides that we normally go through with the land use, zoning, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll skip them, or at least go through them very quickly on the next 2 after this. So this is the subject property along its west boundary. You have the FPL easement. It's actually within the limits of this parcel. You can see its proximity to Treetop Circle and the neighborhood there within Plantation Bay. Also, Mr. DeMartino, I think, is present in the chambers. His parcels adjoin this to the east side along the north-south Old Dixie Highway. To the south, still part of Plantation Bay, but vacant in that area. And so this is our future land use map, and important here because we have that mix. You have the sort of inaccurate line that when we had done it originally along the south boundary that had the mixed use low intensity that comes in. It should always obey parcel lines, but it didn't. So it's along the south portion that gives the applicant some benefit from that land use, and that is drawn correctly. The majority of the parcel being under conservation, and then the small part to the north along Old Dixie Highway, having the residential low-density rural estate, a 1-to-1 zoning, 1 unit per acre, a 1 unit per acre density on the future land use. And then the corresponding zoning for that, and so that we did have an ag zoning that was present on the bulk of the parcel along the north portion of the property, and generally conforming to the residential land use. You have an R1, single-family residential that's there with the zoning. No part of this property is within the special flood hazard area. It's all Zone X. And then the soils are good for the most part. And 21 is a Smyrna fine sand. You do have a small portion at the southeast corner that's Placid, Bassinger, St. John soils depressional, and that, of course, does correspond pretty closely with our wetlands. And then even more so when you saw with the other part of the packet, and what I'll mention here, in that southeast corner, you actually have a better delineation once they went onto the site and then pulled out that 4.3 acres of wetlands. So roughly 20 acres in size. It is an entire tract from the Bunnell Development Company subdivision. We have that designation that's listed with the mixed-use low intensity, as I'd shown, at roughly 2 acres, 3.8 acres more or less for the residential low-density rural estate, and the conservation 4.2. We have a policy in our future land use element that allows for administrative adjustment of conservation when we're provided evidence that the conservation that's present is not correct. And so that's what we're employing here to a bit of this. And so that while the land use is, as I've stated it here, and the proposed change is happening for residential high density, 15.7 acres, conservation 4.3, keep that in mind of what we're doing then also through this is we're ground truthing what had been previously placed on a macro level as conservation, and now through this action with this land use, if it's ultimately approved, would then set up then not only the wetland line, but also its adjacent upland buffer. That 4.3 acres is inclusive of both the wetland and the upland buffer, would place that into a conservation land use, and further would put that into a conservation easement if this happens. And then the final point is a parcel-specific limiting policy that accompanies this. Our residential high density allows up to 10 units per acre, and that this would then, if you're doing the math, it would end up being somewhere close to right around 8.1 dwelling units per acre. So that language, as I've proposed it, and had some other alternatives. This may yet change, but this is common with what we've put into the future land use element up until now. Specific to this parcel, approximately 15.7 acres of residential high density, 4.3 acres of conservation, with development of the parcel not to exceed 126 single-family attached townhome dwelling units, yielding then 8.1 dwelling units per acre. And if you're looking at that, I did not count in the conservation. We don't get density off of conservation. So if you were trying to kind of do the math, well, how come it's not 20 acres? Because we don't give a density yield there. But if you were looking at a 20-acre parcel, it would then drop that unit per acre count down if you followed all of that explanation. But because we, by policy, do not assign density conservation, they're not able to benefit from that. Well, with that and truncated presentation, submitting my report for the record with this, but you have the option for recommending approval of this change that's happening from those 3 to the 2 categories, along with the parcel-specific limiting policy, finding that the amendment is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, where you could recommend denial, or you could continue this request to a time and date certain. With that, I'll hand it over to the applicant. I think he's got a presentation. I've got the remote there.
Thank you, Mr. Mangle. Please identify yourself.
All righty. Good evening. Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, Daytona Beach, attorney for the applicant. And if it's all right, with deference to the board and to Mr. Mangle, if I'm going to talk about the projects in tandem since they're interrelated with the future land use and the PUD, and probably is more expeditious to talk about them together. So if there's no objection on your end, that's I'd like to proceed that way. So I think what Adam touched on here,
I may not turn the power on. Look on that left side and on the does it have?
Uh-oh.
There should be a power button. Is the display showing?
It is. It's
okay,
showing
so then it's good.
0, 0, 0.
Right.
There
okay.
we go. There we go. Okay, so I think just to touch on it again, it's a roughly 20-acre parcel, and I think the things that to keep in mind is that this is a growing area. That this is right off the interchange. You have some commercial that's coming out there. You have the Publix on the other side of the interchange, and some major development that will probably come very quickly. And I know that sounds a little scary at the same time, but doing it the right way and having a project that you can really have a high-quality project is really what we're aiming here. And I'm trying to maybe dispel some of the things I saw in some emails. So as we're moving through this, some of the narrative is going to reflect that. Like Adam had mentioned, he identified the future land use. It's near some of the interchange intensities that are high-density commercial, with some intensities that are very up there for interchanges, which is consistent. That's what you would expect at a commercial node like that at 95. As moving through this process, as Adam had pointed out, that there's an interesting nuance with your code where if somehow this had a very large area of wetlands identified, and of course we did some ground truthing, as Adam mentioned, we flagged them, and I'm happy to say that we're actually impacting 0 wetlands, and we're still keeping all of that land in conservation. So we're okay with taking the penalty of not being able to impact that area or take the density bonus that would be associated with attempting to impact that area. So we're happy to leave that alone and keep it in future land use. And to be quite frank, it also helps the neighbors. It's the wetland that backs up to their property, to Plantation Bay. It makes some sense to leave it alone. It's an amenity for everybody. It's, I think that's a positive for the community. And like I mentioned too, and Adam had mentioned, that it's intended at existing wetlands when you're talking about these future land use categories like conservation, because that's their intent. Their intent is to preserve the existing wetlands. The future land use and zoning we've touched on. I think some important things to point out that this is really infill in that it's surrounded, and there'll be another map after this that I think will give some context, that and the idea is you really have surrounded from a future land use perspective, a little pocket along the interchange near the interchange, along the major thoroughfare that, although it may be operating a farm, it sits in a pocket of future planned growth that appropriately can be identified as high density. And high density, again, is a misnomer. It just happens to be a high density because if we trip that threshold barely. And this is the map I'm talking about. In your comp plan from 2004, so we're talking 20 years ago, that you have a major master plan here that shows, and I've tried to identify where the site is close to the interchange, that there's major medium density residential, and at the time that is up to 8 units per acre. And that's further west, further south. It's not even closer to the interchange. The same is true of even near the project. I mean, I'll be transparent that the immediate neighborhood to the east is up to 6 units per acre, but at a gross net density, had we had the conservation, we're talking 6 units per acre. The same is true of the commercial at the interchange. So even 20 years ago, there was a concerted effort to make sure that this area is master planned for future growth. Some positives about the project, again, we're preserving all the wetlands. 30%, that makes 30% of the site is preserved. Total open space comes out to be 71%. It's a huge percentage. I don't get many projects that have such a high percentage of open space. And here's an example of what the project is going to look like. These are the ideas that we really want to show something and put some teeth to it to give a sense of what's out here. And I'm jumping into this to talk about both in tandem, but that's the point of the future land use. It's they're both in tandem. That this is what's happening at the end of the day. 3 parking spaces per unit. That's actually 50% more than what the code requires, and that's something they're committing to in the PD agreement. There's a bunch of amenities associated with this.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt you. Are you saying that picture represents your site plan? That unit represents the site plan you showed?
The features of the architecture, yes. It's a little confusing because I had noticed that the driveways aren't correct.
No, you have a lot of landscaping, green area in this, and there's absolutely none in the other one.
I understand.
All right, go ahead.
But the architecture, I wanted to give folks a sense of what we're trying to do out here. There's swimming pools, restrooms. There's a dog park. There's a stabilized parking area. If I can get to the plan, I must have passed it. The stabilized the dog park and the walking area towards the south of the project, and then you have the walking trail that's interconnected with the sidewalks that surrounds the pond to create a nice amenity and a nice feel to the community. The other aspects of this, there's including benches and swings. It's trying to keep an active rec lifestyle to this. It's just not go to the amenity area and then call it a day. That there's things to do within walkable distance of everybody in the community. Another aspect that we wanted to touch on, and this came up in some of the neighborhood discussions, were stormwater. It's obviously a sensitive subject to folks, and I have the project engineer here that probably can talk more specifics for me, but we're discharging less. That the project is not discharging more water than it's taking on more water, and it's not even going in the direction of the community. It's being discharged to the west, and with a little discharge to the east, but it's far less than what was already going in that direction. So this is a net positive for everybody else that sits to the east of the community. So wanted to highlight that, and I think if I can get the engineer to talk maybe a little specifics to this, just to touch on it for you guys, and if it leads to discussion, that's fine. But he's the expert, I'm not the expert. I guess is the way I see it.
Harry Newkirk, Newkirk Engineering, 1230 North US Highway 1, Ormond Beach. So the stormwater system will consist of 2 ponds that are interconnected, wet ponds. All of the properties will drain forward. Nothing will drain from any yard to the east to a resident existing property. The stormwater system designed to discharge to the west, which is the FPNL easement. There will be a little discharge to the wetlands because we're required to not dry the wetland up. So it's what they refer to as a bleeder pipe. Will bleed the water into the wetlands. But we've run a stormwater model, and the wetlands are going to stage up less. So the height of the water in pre-development conditions going to be less than at post in that wetland area that borders the existing residential. And at the same time, the critical point, which is the east, we are going to discharge in a 100-year storm, 69% less water, 68% in a 25-year storm, and 66 in a mean. So quite
68% less in the 100-year.
68 less in the 100-year. And what really happens there in that wetland is if it gets high, it overtops into the existing pond that's up on the golf course. So a lot of thought went into the stormwater system to not impact the neighboring properties. We are also going to pipe the right-of-way. So the ditch along the roadside is redone to increase some capacity on the roadside at our location and to clean it up with pipes to keep that flowing in the right-of-way.
Thank you, Harry.
So may I ask one question?
No,
Not yet.
his time is running out on his presentation. Let him get through his
Gotta run through this.
presentation.
I apologize. And the other things to mention is really the value. You know, a lot of this is, you know, how much does this return for the community? What positives besides the project itself are a result of this? We have an estimated sale price because I know this comes up every time. You know, what are you selling your houses for? You know, again, market conditions vary, and you know, timing. My crystal ball can vary, but you're talking anywhere around 300, 350. And if you just do some quick math, that really is an annual return of $555,000 of ad valorem revenue, which is a much greater increase than the $87 that was paid this year. So, or I guess for the last fiscal year. There's buffers around this project, the 20-foot natural buffer, the 25 along the front, trying to be conscious of the neighbors. We're also trying to create that separation for them from the neighborhood to the east. So at closest, it's 110 feet. At greatest, it's hundreds of feet. So, you know, that's the idea here. We want to try to, you know, create a nice pocket development that does have some density to it, but it's being conscious of its surroundings, conscious of the wetlands, making sure there's amenities, and making sure it fits with the community and where the future growth is coming from based on the future land use. So with that, it's consistent with the future patterns and growth. It makes sense at an interchange. It makes sense given the future maps that that are in your comp plan from 20 years ago. And it's an infill. It's a pocket project in a very large master planned area that makes some sense, and it's a community need. So we're here to answer any questions. We have the project engineer. If there's any site-specific issues, if we wanted to talk about the comp plan first, or however we approach this, I'm available for questions. And we want to do the right thing, and we want to do the right thing for the community. So that's the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. We are limiting this item to the future land use change at this point. So that's what we're dealing with. Does anyone on the board have any questions for the applicant or staff at this time before I open to the public?
Yeah, I have a question. As far as road trips and density, will the existing road handle that many more residents? Old Dixie Highway? It's the one lane each way?
Why not? You're the expert.
I don't think he wants to take that one.
Oh, well, my answer of yes would be with the caveat I'm the attorney. But we can have the project engineer, since he did a traffic methodology or a memo for this to give you guys a sense of the trips.
Newkirk you did do the traffic analysis? Or did that somebody else that did?
So what we did for traffic at the present time was just the maximum trips. And we're looking at 55 a.m. peak trips and 66 p.m. peak trips. Which that's not a lot of trips. 732 daily trips. It's always, but the road can handle the capacity, and when it comes in with a site plan, we'll have a full traffic study that would have to get approved by the planning department.
Adam, do you know if, to answer Mr. Goodman's question, I think I saw somewhere there, your total trip per day was like 2,000 or something like that, or It was a high number with that full density, I forgot. But where are we at with capacity on the road? And does this trip any other concerns as far as that's your question, right, with the traffic?
Like most of our roads, the bad thing about it is what we refer to in our end of the business as ghost trips. And so what we've got is we've got a lot of projects that are in process, DRIs that are there that have maximum densities that are assigned with them. And so we've got segments that are, that you look at them and on paper they're failing or close to failing, or at least we have concerns with them. And then operationally they're at level service A, that you have free flow of traffic, you never have backups. This interchange is just horrible. I mean, I'm preaching to everybody who drives it, and so that and then the problem is it's constrained by land. And so this was when if you had gone through and looked at the history, and it was built not long after the interstate was built. The interchange was an afterthought, and certainly we don't do it this way anymore. It's probably the safest thing I could say. Would we, if we could, speaking for not even DOT, this would be at Federal Highway Administration is where this would be. Would we fix that? Yeah, we would if we had an opportunity. That's where the failure point. That's why I'm trying to kind of give you all that background. In this area, what's failing here is the interchange itself, and then more particularly the east side of the interchange on the Volusia side. It doesn't mean it's not our problem. It means that what we're doing on our end is we're dumping traffic onto their problem. And collectively, it's our problem, because when it fails, eventually when it fails, then we've got bigger issues. Short answer, with this adding to it right now with the actual trips, it's not going to be even recognized. I mean, you won't even know that the trips are there.
And and this is a county road?
It is.
So when it becomes overutilized, it'll be on the county's back to pick up the tab.
It would be, yes, sir.
Well, Mike, there would be traffic impact fees paid.
I understand, but there won't be enough to offset what it really.
They're never
This
enough.
one project would never be expected to fix the entire road. It just do its fair share.
I understand that part, but,
Right,
but you're setting a precedent.
I understand.
Is
Any
there an
other
opportunity-
questions for
Is there an opportunity to have non-vehicular connectivity to the east? Let's say a thought for sidewalks or some bike lane or something to the east?
well, and we're happy to do that. I think some
That's
of
under
this is-
another level, I understand that.
Right, from our perspective, the connectivity part, we're happy to accommodate on our site. And, that's, I think, part of the issue that Adam's identifying, that just some of the future or the current conditions are what constrain you. But we're happy to do our part and make sure that the connectivity is there. But I can only control our site. That's part of the issue we're running into.
I understand that. Internally, it looks great. I love the sidewalks and the space and everything you're putting there is good. Just the external connectivity is worrisome.
Any other board comments for open to the public? Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to open to the public. Anyone like to come forward and speak on this? Please identify yourself.
Could you put a site plan for this development? I appreciate it. Thank you. And I have something to pass out before I start talking for you all to look at. I think she said it's okay. The reason that I highlighted that is because this particular plan shows, you could share that. This particular one shows the back of the property, back of the townhouses, and how it can come up to the stormwater on the side. So you can see, because the other plan, yeah. My name is Alan Sandiford, 14 Treetop Circle. I object to the applicant's proposal to amend the future land use of this property from its existing zoning of R1 and R1 residential and agricultural and an existing land use of mixed use, low intensity, medium density, residential, low density, rural estate and conservation. As you see, all the land on this, all of the land that's around it, it starts as low as low density agricultural timberlands, and then it goes to rural residential conservation, and the highest is low intensity, low medium density PUD, which is Plantation Bay single family homes. So that's the highest. With all the 4 properties that go around, the highest would be low intensity, low medium density PUD. I feel that a leap to a high density land use for this property is incompatible for this area of South Old Dixie Highway in an unincorporated part of the county. It is a 2-lane Old Florida corridor characterized mainly by rural, residential, agricultural, conservation land, and churches with an area of low intensity, low to medium density PUD single-family homes closer to the east and the 2-lane bridge over the highway. At 1.6 miles to the east of this property, the 2-lane South Old Dixie Highway becomes the gateway to our treasured state parks. Community Baptist Church is 1 mile to the west. St. Joseph's Carmelite Monastery is 1.5 miles to the west. St. Mary's Catholic Church is under 2 miles to the west of this property. High-density developments would be incompatible and uncharacteristic for this area. It would also be setting a precedent of compatibility for future high-density developments adjacent to the property with a potential domino effect that would overrun and destroy the low-intensity, low-medium density character of this corridor. Who knows what could potentially end up on this property and adjacent properties if it becomes high density. Please keep in mind some of the main goals of the Flagler 2050 Future Vision, like preserving our old Florida character, enhancing scenic corridors, enhancing tree preservation, and preserving and conservation and natural environment of wildlife habitats. And if you could please look at just how dense that is. That is dense. I mean, that's dense. When you look at what I highlighted, the backs of the properties, the fence line go right up to the sidewalk, and on the other side of the sidewalk is a stormwater pond. And other than what they've added for a little dog park and a little pool and thing, of course, you've got high tension lines on the other side. I really don't know where the children are supposed to play.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to come forward and speak on this item?
Jeff Loker, 16 Hummingbird Circle. As the previous speaker mentioned about Flagler 2050 Community Vision Initiative, if this zoning change is allowed, this will directly, intentionally conflict with that initiative, which in part is intended to preserve rural areas, which this area currently is. In addition, Flagler 2050 stated that they want to concentrate future growth to existing urban areas. This is an urban existing area with the low density. Therefore, since this area is already deemed to be rural and not urban, if allowed, the zoning change will conflict with the Flagler 2050 and the vision of the overall community and the county commissioners who are committed to see that this plan comes to fruition. If this is allowed, it pretty much deflates the Flagler 2050 initiative, kind of makes it like a dog and pony show saying, hey, we want to do this, the commissioners want to do it, but in reality, issues like this are going to come aboard and if approved, smacks Flagler 2050 right in the face. So it just deflates the whole purpose. There was also at a recent board meeting where a discussion revolved around the storage building on Old Dixie. This was where they wanted to increase the RV and the boat storage. I believe Mr. Corbett stated that, well, the people that live over there on Treetops, you built your house or bought your house that bordered commercial property, so you should expect commercial property to be developed there. Well, that's a very valid comment. But by the same token, the adjacent nearby homeowners on Old Dixie who bought their homes knowing well that this property was agriculture in R1, that same argument applies. We bought there because we felt this was going to be preserved. It was a conservation area. So it can't cut both ways. I believe that the owners of this property, I believe they're the same ones who wanted to put the apartments there. That project was shot down. If this zoning goes through and becomes high density, there is nothing to prevent them from forming another company, selling this land to the newly formed company and putting up apartments, or sell the property outright to another developer to build apartments. So it's kind of like an end around to get what they wanted in the first place. I would please ask you to keep the zoning in place as it was for its intended purpose and uphold the Flagler 2050 commitment to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to step forward and make any comment? Please identify yourself on the microphone.
Hal McGaughy for Treetop Trail. This is a big ask. This guy's asking you to change the zoning from very low density to very high density, potentially putting a lot of money in his pocket. So typically, when somebody asks for that much, there should be some sort of a quid pro quo. So I've looked through the documents, and the quid pro quo that I see is very minimal. One of the things they talked about was property tax revenue. Well, one of the things they don't mention is that this will have school children. Kids are going to go to school. They've already acknowledged that by saying they're going to contact the school department to have buses. 2.4 people, say you get 30 kids. All right, I did a little research. I saw that it costs about $8,500 a year to educate a kid in the schools in Flagler. I was a development director back in Massachusetts, and we had a problem with residential development as well. Every kid we sent to school cost us money. So if you multiply that by 20, 30, 40 kids, all of a sudden you're up to about $400,000. So that property tax revenue they spoke about might not be the windfall that you think it is. So I really believe that somebody who's developing a project of this magnitude, making a change of this magnitude, should have a little more requirement to give back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Harriet Castle, 14 Treetop Circle. I just have to say, on the previous thing you voted on, that has septic, electric, and the county attorney should know that, and water, electric, and septic.
Ma'am, I
on
need you
that
to keep your comment
encroachment
on this item, okay?
on the hotel.
I know, but we need to talk about this item.
Okay, I'm going to talk about this item, but that's very important, so you guys should think about that, and if you guys approved the type of septics it is, the water, the electric, how it's done. Okay, for the townhouses. I'm sorry, I got so many notes on this. The interchange that people will be using, like Adam referred to, is like about 60 years old. And that's not good to having a PUD. They have these huge power lines, just 75 feet from these townhouses that are like packed in like sardines. There's nothing really stopping them, even though they keep talking about these wetlands, from going back in and doing a survey on a dry day and saying, oh, these wetlands are smaller. Let's reduce this conservation area. Let's build more townhouses once we see that this is really a lower area. And it's actually in their documents that say the wetlands can be disturbed in the future based on governmental approvals. So that can happen. The traffic that could happen with all of this is not, the roads can't handle it. It's only like 22 feet wide. And we're trying to enhance the scenic corridor of Old Dixie Highway is what we would like. And the vision for Flagler 2050 is to try to preserve conservation. We have conservation on this property. It's a beautiful piece of property. We're not trying to take it away. It doesn't make any sense. And the most important thing is, if you do approve this, it can totally change the makeup of the rest of Old Dixie Highway. And even though the developer says, oh, this is a good thing and this is what we're wanting, that's really not what the future plan map is saying. So I don't think you should be approving this. It would be very detrimental to the adjoining PUD. And Plantation Bay is very large, as you all know, and it is not high density. So it's not compatible to Plantation Bay, and it's not good for Treetop Circle. And also, they can hurt the wetlands because they are going to be putting water into the wetlands, which can kill trees and can increase flooding, which all developers say they're not going to have flooding. We all have flooding.
Linda Tanya for Hummingbird Circle. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of our neighborhood as well, other residents who weren't able to make it to the meeting. I moved here 4 years ago from Tennessee. I loved this intersection. We love this neighborhood. We love this area of Old Dixie Highway. The reason we moved here was because it is beautiful. It is still old Florida. And I would encourage you to not approve this change to a high-density area, as it will set a precedent for all of the other properties on that Old Dixie Highway to change to high density as well. If the money is right, owners will want to sell and sell at big dollars. And I please encourage you to please do not approve this. And let's keep this section of Old Dixie Highway beautiful and old Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Ray Sanchez, 26 Bay Point Drive, Plantation Bay. The reason I'm here is back when they were talking about Eagle Creek, I mentioned that we need to set the impact fees to make sure all those roads are upgraded. Oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm seeing 126 units. I would say an average of 189 vehicles in that property right there. That's 189 trips, not 55 trips and 26 trips. That's 189 trips. Now you throw the Plantation Bay traffic going out and in, you have the people from across Halifax Plantation on that 2-lane bridge that we have there, the off-ramps and the on-ramps for I-95. We need to widen that road before even considering throwing 189 more vehicles in there. Please take that into consideration.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to come forward? Okay, seeing, here come, all right, if you're going to do it, come on up, guys. We got a long meeting tonight.
Can I have 5 minutes?
No, sir, 3 minutes.
Represent the DiMartino Trust. It's a group.
No, sir.
You said-
Nice try, though. It was good. I like that. But go ahead. Identify yourself, please.
DiMartino, 2000 South Old Dixie Highway. I was in contact with Congressman Walt's office over the president's infrastructure bill, thinking we could get some money for the county here. We don't need this on this little road, this little block, this little lot. We need it over on US 1. You've got 4 lanes, you've got unlimited property. You don't need to start jamming all this stuff in these little slots. I live next to this. I have over 600 foot of property on the line. We really need to put a fence up if you're going to do this. I'm worried about theft. I'm worried about, there you go. Worried about theft, drugs, whatever. You're putting in a minimum of 250 people on that little parcel, and it isn't 20 acres you're using, maybe 15 acres. From the disaster that was caused by the storage unit on the other side, I guess we're having a 100-year flood, according to Miss Graham, because I'm flooded under. Don't believe anything these people tell you about what they're going to do, because they're not going to do it. As in this email I got from from Flagler County in the beginning. This was October of '23. When the construction is completed, the site will convey all the impervious area runoff to an on-site retention area, which in turn will discharge on each side of the site to the existing canal. The site will have a swale along the west side of the property line to convey any runoff from the back slope. Along the west side of the property to north to Old Dixie Highway. I need a swale. I need something down that property line. I need something to control the water. I'm going to have a whole wetlands, 10 acres of it. I've already got it on the other side. Nobody would do anything for me. I couldn't get anybody to do anything. And now you're going to stick this building right up on my property line. You're going to stick the other one on the other property line. You got high tension wires on the west side running along this development, way too close to the high tension lines. It's just not a proper piece of property to be putting this big a PUD on. Thanks.
Thank you. Sure.
My name is Gary Pratt, 3909 Tano Drive, and a woman in the pink basically stole everything I was going to say. I moved down here myself 4 years ago as well, and we started at Amelia Island.
If you could slide over to the microphone, sorry.
We started at Amelia Island and started driving south to see where we want to move to. As soon as we took this exit, we said this is where we're moving to. And to think that we have to change zoning to accommodate something like this and destroy what true Florida is supposed to be about makes me ill. I mean, all we have to do is drive down 95 and look off to the side to see the clearing of trees and the expansion. When's it going to end? I mean, can't we keep one exit between Palm Coast and Daytona Beach free of all this building and development? Let's keep it low density. Let's keep it beautiful. Let's not build a new 4-lane bridge, whatever it's going to need for traffic, because we all know what's going to happen to traffic along Old Dixie. So I'm urging you, not from a business perspective, but from a personal quality of life perspective, do we really need to do this to Old Dixie Highway? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
And
sir, one more time. What was the address?
909 Tano.
If we can, on behalf of the folks who are doing the video work, please speak into the microphone at the podium. Even though you may project, we are recording this, we are broadcasting it. Speak clearly into the microphone. Thank you.
Robert Candler, 10 Deer Park Drive. Thanks for this opportunity. I had not planned on speaking today, but I would like to ask you to do one thing. Drive Old Dixie. Look where the water's coming from. If you are driving Old Dixie toward US 1, all the water on the south side, all the way down, drains under Old Dixie to the north side. We're going to have a major flood. It's just a matter of time because the swell, the drainage ditch everybody talks about, it's running down behind this motel, is overgrown and nothing is being done. They come along and they mow. They never clean the ditches out. Trust me, all the water on both sides of that road ends up on that one side, the north side, and it all drains down into one area, right in front of the reserve and behind the convenience store and on down toward the travel place down there. Sooner or later, it's going to be a catastrophe like you see on TV in Orlando and some of these other places. Look at that before anything else is done. Somebody needs to take a look at the water issue before we have a major flood. Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Jackie DiMartino, 2000 South Old Dixie Highway. And I just want to reiterate
what my husband said about US 1. It's got a lot of property over there. They've got a lot of areas that aren't residential. And the reason we heard was, well, there's no infrastructure there. Well, there's no infrastructure where they're planning to put this stuff too. And the road is definitely, I don't know where those numbers came from in the cars and stuff. If that's a sample of what they're going to tell us compared to what they're going to do, please, county commissioners, I beg of you, don't change the zoning for this property, for this issue, because it will set the precedent and you know it, and then it'll be all done. And I'm sorry, I've lived there over, oh my gosh, 40 years. And I just can't, I know change happens, but there's plenty of other places for this progress and this change and this development. And I want to just please think about it. There should be, like some of the people who've only been here 4 years realize, this is a special place. It's got something special to it. And if we lose it, then it's gone and it's never coming back. And I feel bad for all the people that have moved here to enjoy it. And, you know, it's in your hands, guys. I think you're going to do the right thing. I feel it, and I'll pray about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and I want to make a correction. I'm sure the last speaker maybe not realized, but we are not the county commission. We are the planning board. We are a volunteer board. We don't get paid the big bucks. And on this item and the next two items of this particular issue, we are just a recommending body. So we're going to give a recommendation, and this item will go to those very people you spoke about. Okay, at this point here, this is the applicant's chance to make any rebuttal statements to all the comments that were given.
Good evening again, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant. And there's a handful of things I want to touch on that I mean, I understand and I sympathize with the neighbors, and I can feel that change. Obviously, the differences can be impactful. That I understand that part of it. Some of the things that I can't necessarily reconcile are, well, if I go to your comp plan and I look at your Plantation Bay master plan, well, that's for 20 years. We've been already identified properties up to 8 units per acre in large portions of the county that are to the west, to the south, that are closer to this interchange. And to be fair to this owner, I can't necessarily speak to the apartment complex or the nature of that. I have no understanding or what happened on that project, but these folks are also the victims of the same thing that the neighbors are describing in terms of being around a development, that the change happened around them too. So when we're talking about the density allocations and how we're getting to these numbers, we're talking about it with context that this plan has been there for 20 years, that it isn't something that magically happened overnight. The other parts to this too are, a commitment from this developer that if the goal is to not make this a bait and switch, well, that's very easy. That you make this project conditional on the future land use. You set the policy that the adoption of these thresholds that we talked about, that's why there's a limiter of 126 units, and that this isn't a raw density count that we're working from, that you're looking at this from this project's perspective. And if the policy is set that the future land use is tied to that, then, well, you don't get a next project that goes forward and moves forward through site plan. You get it conditional on the PUD. So any other change would have to come back through this process again, and every neighbor would know that, again, a bait and switch occurred. The other things I wanted to mention are, these are platted lots. It's a townhome, but it's functionally single family. That that's the idea. That's the quality here. Of course, it's not your traditional single family per se, but it's a little bit of a change that's occurring in the market. And these are the things that folks want to buy. These are the retirees. These are the first-time home buyers. These are the folks you're trying to get a leg up into the market, and that you can do something that's quality, that's nice, that they can be proud of and be part of the community. The density calculations too, that this is because of the conservation, we're being constrained. We're talking about a 6 unit per acre gross density and 8 unit per acre net density. And if the 8 is the rub, then you take 2 units off of it, and then we're below 8. And I say that tongue in cheek just because that, I think it's distracting from the point that the project itself is a very nice and a very quality project. And, the nature of the doom and gloom of the high density, well, you have those limiters in place. You have the future land use policy of how many units it can be. You can even add the limiter of that this project is what this density is tied to. So there's ways to handle it if that's the fear. The last comment I wanted to mention was the stormwater. Again, we were very conscious of the stormwater, and that's what we were trying to tackle. I don't know what the 2023 email is regarding the nature of where it was discharging, but we looked at that very closely, and that's why we ran our models before we came here, because we want to make sure we're doing it the right way. We do not want to flood anybody, and besides not flooding everybody, we want to make sure that anything we put before you that we vetted, that we're talking about when we're talking about our stormwater discharge. And that's why we're confident when we say we're not going to discharge it onto another person's property, because the engineer's already looked at that. He's already looked at how the water's going to flow to the east. So I just want to mention those things that, again, we're always happy to continue to work with the neighbors. And if that's the direction moving forward, that's also fine too, that, we want to make sure we do it right for them too. And this is our first opportunity, well, my first opportunity with some of them. But again, we're trying to engage them. We're trying to make sure we do it the right way. I just don't want to get distracted on the issues that, because, there's a fear of the unknown, that there should be nothing. So with that, those are my answers.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff or for the applicant?
Adam, would you mind showing the outline of the wetland or where they're at in the back, as opposed to their development proposed? There was a graph earlier in the site plan where it showed.
Yeah, I'll go to the site plans as part of the site plan agenda. So it's way back, but bear with me.
I'm sorry, going way
That's right.
back. There you go. That's it.
The green line.
Yeah. Thank you. That helped me. Appreciate it. Sorry to drag you so far back, Adam.
It's all right.
Any other questions? I will throw mine out here. I had a discussion with Adam earlier on this. This is a legislative item. We do have some discretion with this. So my first question to Adam was mirroring what many people in their comment was saying. Why are we bringing this to high density? Why aren't we making this, low density or medium density? Why is this all going to high density? What is the benefits versus the loss, if you want to call it that, the effect on the neighborhood? How does this best fit? How would the high density be, the best use of this particular land? So, Adam, do you want to just give me you don't want to do it, I guess.
So the part of it, I think Joey had mentioned it well, was that it's a bit of it's the problem with how we handle conservation. On the gross side, if we were calculating the 20 acres, we'd be at or around 6. Instead we're at 8 because we don't give a density yield, and so we're penalizing somebody from the onset. And I get that. I understand the folks too in the audience that would say, if that had been the case, and I'll believe them to the extent that they provided that testimony, that they looked at the future land use map, they saw green, and green meant conservation, and that meant what it meant, and understand that if folks do that level of due diligence, few do. But that conservation does have that ability to be amended in our world through basically a review that actually maps the wetlands. That's what's happened here. Certainly the applicant, I think, is true with that also. It's a true statement. They could impact those wetlands if they didn't want to play by the rules. And so that's the other option. That would involve getting mitigation credits probably from Mitigation Bank. There's expenses with that. There's ways to make that happen. So, it's maybe a noble cause here or a noble effort with them taking that wetland area, mapping it, and then not impacting that. And what we're saying from that standpoint, from our standpoint here at the land use level, is that that larger area, 14 some acres, now will be reduced down to 4.3 inclusive of the upland buffer, and they won't get that density credit for it. From our standpoint, and more directly to your question, and I need to correct something I think that somebody had said. I'm not going to try to call them out. Our earlier iteration, our current comp plan, but our earlier iteration of the plan had identified the entirety of the area of the county, unincorporated county, lying east of US 1 as what we called the Planned Urban Service Area. So it's something important for me to note. I understand the rural character. I understand the corridor that's here. It is a designated scenic corridor. Also, Old Dixie's part of that. John Anderson's part of it. We have quite a few roads that are part of it that would kind of scratch your head and go, oh, US 1's part of that scenic corridor. It's the Heritage Crossroads, I think is the name of it. But that being said, this is also in an area where we had designated in our earlier iterations of our plan and in our current plan that this was an area where we anticipated annexations to happen, where we anticipated urban services to be provided, water and sewer particularly. And so we expected that kind of development to happen that depends on those services to be provided. And so that is this area. Like it or not, that's how it was done. That's how it's currently in our code. Certainly understand and respect the folks that are talking about the rural character. I get that. We'd also point at the interchange, again, as being a node where we expect development intensities of uses to be greater at those interchanges. And I like the comment, and I don't know if you caught me nodding. I think the gentleman who said it was right. Do we have to have that same, does it have to be Palm Coast Parkway? I think that's a policy decision that the Board of County Commissioners ultimately needs to make. That interchanges are, despite what I've just said, despite the idea that growth goes there from a planning standpoint, do they all have to look the same? And I think the answer is well, probably not. But that's a policy decision to make. Certainly on this one, you've got that latitude under the legislative action with the future land use. I'm not going to be able to give you much more beyond that as far as cover for whether or not high density is appropriate. Certainly commercial intensities, you'd expect that at interchanges. And I think we'd have, from a planning standpoint, the idea that you'd step down from there. And so ordinarily, we'd be looking at something maybe like apartment living to be next to the commercial. But along with that, the other anomaly that's here is you'd expect that you'd have kind of basically infrastructure, roadway infrastructure to support that, right-of-way that would support that, and we don't have that here. So it's a balance. It's a tough conundrum that we frequently find ourselves in here, and so there's no easy answers.
Thank you, Mr. Mangle. I looked at this hard, and I'll tell you first of all, I hate to use my first name, that's what he did. I thought it was, I hate to call you out on this, I thought it was disingenuous to show the picture of that front of that place and say that was this place, because clearly by your site plan, pretty much it's all pavement in front of this place with little strips of greenway. So that depiction, maybe the rooftop may have a gable roof like that, but the rest of it doesn't really look like that. This is going to be an awful lot of hardscape on the front of all of those. When you're going to drive down that road, you're going to see a lot of concrete there. I mean, if I was a concrete installer, I would love your project because there's a lot of it there. But and so I don't see it as necessarily being this beautification of the neighborhood as you projected. Another speaker talked about the backyard. They're very tiny. It is basically sort of cramming as much as you can in there. And I get it. I'm a developer too, and sometimes you look to maximize your return on a property. I get that. I personally think that it doesn't really meet the neighborhood, so that's my 2 cents. I think that a little bit less density would be more appropriate, but that's sort of how I felt about it. I see you want to speak to my issue, but you will have another chance to speak, but I'll let you talk right now because the other two issues are going to be decided how this one is decided. So go ahead, and I'll let you give you 2 minutes, and then we'll let go ahead.
And I only wanted to touch on that. I think that adding some clarity to the presentation piece probably was, that is appropriate, and I agree with you that, the idea was to really just give you guys a sense of the architecture. And, a lot of it is, seeing with your eyes. You're trying to get folks comfortable, especially from the neighborhood, because when you get emails in the middle of the night saying that this is low income, this is, oh my gosh, who's going to live in here? It's tough to be responsive to those at the last second, trying to, at least give somebody a sense of what they should expect. So from that part, that I recognize where you're headed with this, and trying to get you guys some certainty, to get you guys some comfort as to what to expect out there. I'd love to listen to the rest of the commission, the fellow commissioners on the the feedback, and really just have an opportunity to try to work this out a little bit to finesse some of the issues that I think I'm hearing. Because I still stand by where I think from a planning perspective and from the identity of what should be on this property, that we're there. That part of this I do agree with. I think from the end product, from what you can expect out there, that of course that my opinion is one of many opinions. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Goodman.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. We're working on a comp plan for 2050, and we're talking about maintaining agricultural land. This is agricultural land. This is not going along with what we're working for in the future. So at this point, it doesn't make sense to convert this to residential. I mean, if we're looking to keep open spaces and ag land for the future, this doesn't make sense. And as far as the layout, in my mind, this is an army barracks, and this is just going to be the slums of the future. That's the way I, view it.
If you could offer, remember in our world, and you are talking about agriculture zoning, I'm assuming there. Remember, we're talking about future land use. But in our code, our agriculture category is a placeholder. And so we have large expanses of agriculture, and I get it. I get what you're saying. And this property, I think, is used for silviculture, is what it's been used historically for, which is surprisingly what most folks think. Okay, agriculture's fields. It's not. In Flagler County, it's pulpwood that typically was hauled over to Palatka and turned into toilet paper or boards for coming back and building houses in Flagler County. So the idea, I think, that we've been talking about in the 2050 plan, and I'll make that correction, I think, when we've been talking about preserving agriculture, we've been talking about the west side. And so we've been saying all along US 1. I think we've been respective of this area being, again, part of that planned urban service area where the intent is that that's, like it or not, this area we identified 20 years ago as the future expansion area for Palm Coast. In all honesty, that's what it was. And so that's what we anticipated was going to be happening. We saw that pressure somewhat, but it really hasn't happened. Then now we've got with the utility system then being run now by Florida Governmental Utility Authority, it kind of changes the dynamic. But
yeah, Mike, I'm going to push back the other side because which is. The idea is not to leave this as silviculture necessarily. What our map was to develop it residentially. My issue is to go too high on the residential side. I don't think it was the intent. I mean, he called it in this thing infill. This is the more appropriate use, not to go out to the west side and do a development, but to keep the developments closer to the services, the main roads and the highways. So it makes more sense if you're going to put density somewhere where there's already some density versus try to push out further that urban sprawl. But I just thought that this high density may be not appropriate for the neighborhood. That's all I was saying.
I'm on the path of Mr. Langella. When I saw the application come up, I thought it was something that would work. I was envisioning a lot. I wasn't envisioning 126 units. I was envisioning maybe 50, 60. And that's where I felt comfortable at. You're just cramming so much in this space. I don't feel comfortable with this, but I am with Mr. Langella. I am, pro-growth. I do feel like we need it, but I just don't think we need to cram so much in this spot. Traffic concerns, Old Dixie, drive it all the time. Adding traffic to it is a concern. Intersection, huge concern. But I do feel, like Mr. Langella said, keeping all the residential close to each other is important, just not so much in this spot.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a quality project. I just think it's in the wrong location. We have single-family subdivision across the street. We've got single-family to the east. And lower density, I think would be appropriate. Single-family homes here would be great. I'm glad you showed the rendition. I wasn't sure if they're going to be single or two-story townhomes. It looks like there are two, which I also wouldn't want if I was on those homes backing up. But either way, I think the high density is just not a good fit for for that spot.
Hey, Mr. Corbett.
May I respectfully disagree? I think that we need a variety of housing opportunities for our residents. Not everybody wants to live in a $480,000 house on an 80 by 125 lot. People need to have this opportunity available to them. This is a need in our community, and I think this is a good area for it. I really do. Rather than going through and saying, hey, let's create more 80 by 125 lots and do the same that we've seen across the world. I know I'm not going to be really popular with a lot of people. I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to be pragmatic. I was actually fishing that little ditch that you guys are saying needs to be maintained when I was 7 years old. So you guys talk about seeing some changes. I can tell you about changes. Am I happy with it? No. Do I live with it? Yes. Is this the correct use for this property? In my opinion, it is. The higher density needs to mix in with the lower density. We need to have an entire broad spectrum of opportunities for people in this area. That's my perspective.
Adam, can you clarify for us what the density would be on this property if we were to do single-family residential instead of townhomes?
Well, if you went back, so more often what we're seeing is
And
somewhere.
I'm assuming here, for purposes of my discussion, that we would allow the developer wetland mitigation, and he would be able to accommodate that and use the whole 20 acres.
So where we would start at is somewhere between at the low end, the low density residential that we have tops out right around 3 units per acre. DRIs typically, not unlike Plantation Bay, I think is at right around, if it's at it, it may be close to 5 or 5.5 units per acre. Gross that's how that's calculated. But so let's take it to the 5, so you'd have 100 units.
Okay.
Assuming the entire 20.
And so that's our spread here. But the difference would be if we did something like that, is all these houses on Treetop would now have houses behind them instead of a wetland conservation area.
Correct.
And this would be laid out more like Plantation Bay with houses backing up to houses instead of these houses being completely sheltered from the development, at least from their backyards.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mike, do you have any comment? Okay. Anyone else have anything else on this? Okay, at this point, sir, I'm sorry,
Well,
we already had your presentation, so.
it's not a presentation. I just wanted to say that if the feedback of the board is for us to come back and look at it, I'd like that, at least that opportunity.
Go ahead. I'll give you, go ahead. We have a long meeting, so very
One
brief
more
time.
And that's
You
why
have
I'm
it?
trying to cut to
Can you
it.
get it out in 60 seconds? Let's go.
Yes, that if the feedback of the board is to come look and take a look at that density number, take a look at some of the feedback we just received, I'd at least like that opportunity, that we can come back, try to massage the plan a little bit, and look at those trouble areas, and come maybe better with better answers in terms of, for instance, the traffic. That's the part of this that I wish I was a little bit more prepared for. So, with that, I just would like that opportunity, and if the chair would entertain that,
Thank you.
that'd be appreciated.
Thank you. I would like to point out again that this board is making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. If we were to recommend denial on your application, Mr. Mangle, he would still be obliged or able to take it to that commission for approval. And if we were to approve it tonight, the board could deny it. So I don't know if you want to,
That's a fair point. Well,
So-
and again.
We're just a recommending body at this point, but the rubber does meet the road at the county commission. I mean, those guys, so.
May I interrupt one more time?
Yeah.
This is a high density with a conservation area in the future land use map together, correct?
Correct.
So the conservation area would be that area we're seeing in the back, like Mr. Connor brought up. It'd be protecting the rear of these homes if this goes forward.
Correct. It would have not only the conservation land use, but it would also have, because this has to be ultimately platted, this would also have a conservation easement benefiting the water management district placed on it per plat.
At that point, it's locked and loaded, it's done. There's no
Yes, sir.
changing it at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connor.
I think, again, this particular item is for the future land use change. I think for me personally, I'm just going to say, I think the visual demonstration of how 126 units with that conservation easement and with the wetlands how that's depicted, I think is accurate, which means this is crammed. The word was used several times by people. And I think that to me doesn't quite mix with this neighborhood. I agree with you 100%. I think that our community needs multifamily. We need, I like high rises. I'd like to see a, 50-story building. I'm just being facetious, but that means less of the land is going to be affected. But again, that has to be planned in the right area. I don't want to just plop it in someplace because somebody has a particular piece of property. So I'm personally think that this could be relooked at to perhaps make it a little bit more appropriate to the neighborhood, still get the density they need to make the project viable, still serve a housing need. Their projected price of 300, 350 is a good number. I mean, in today's economy, that's fair. If that's what it comes in on, that is something that we need both for retired people and for our working class people. So I don't want to shut that avenue down. I just think that it may not be, just the way it's depicted shows me that you're using every ounce of land. You're going to drive down straight areas of straight road with concrete all around you, a building, and right behind you, there's hardly any backyard and a pond. And I mean, there's nothing on that property but this development, and it just sort of doesn't fit the neighborhood.
But what's the next step down? What's our next level? If we don't go this level?
Well, he talked
what's the
about
next
policy limiting. I mean, he went to 126. I don't know why the particular number came up, maybe because that's the way it worked out with the design. But it looks like the illustration he showed, which had some green belt in front of the houses, those townhouses, was a visually much more appealing thing. But that would mean less density to accomplish that. It would also mean less cost for the developer. So, there's a trade-off there, and it doesn't necessarily go against them. But that may look more appropriate to the neighborhood than, what did you call it, a barracks? Yeah.
Army barracks.
Army barracks, not a Navy barracks. Okay.
Navy barracks, Army.
Anyway, that's just my point. Do we have any other point of view on the board before we try to get a motion here? Or is anyone brave enough to make a motion?
I'm inclined to agree with Dan. When you run the numbers on this, you got a density that's going to approach, even at single-family residential, you're going to have a number that approaches 110 units. I mean, we're talking about a 15-unit spread between what we've got here and what's being suggested by the audience, if you will, in terms of not doing this, but doing single-family residential instead. I think if the applicant is serious about wanting to come back and have that discussion about how we might reduce that 15-unit spread, then I would be in favor of giving him the opportunity to do that. I don't know if you were serious about that or whether you'd like us to act tonight.
Well, what I would prefer is if the direction of the board is, as a recommend body, is that the 15 units are really the rub, then, and also the frontage determining, when we get to the PUD portion of this, that adding greenscape or some of the hardscape and trying to adjust that, then there's no reason we can't condition a recommendation on that too. Like I'm there too if that's really what we're talking about, that if it's the 15 units, then, I'm trying to be as genuine as possible to say that, we're happy to take a look and try to make that work to the best of our ability. I can't necessarily commit tonight that 15 is the number, but.
Well, the only problem is we have, this is a future land use, this is not the site plan, so we have to allow a density. So when that density is allowed, though, it's allowed.
Well, the recommendation could be moving forward with if it's the whim of the board, that the policy limitation is changed to reflect the 15 units less, because that would be the recommendation moving forward.
Well, the applicant is already self-limited to the 126.
Correct.
He
As
put
part
that
of the
number
approval.
on this,
Yeah, but you can
not the
see,
code.
Mr. Connor, you can see that lot
What I'm
is,
saying is if we did the same, if we went down the same road that's being suggested, but put a different density cap on it, and the developer was agreeable to that, then we would be locked into a land use allowance that would preserve this conservation area, but that would reduce density overall on the site. Again, I'm willing to have that discussion, or I think that we owe it to the developer to have that discussion with staff rather than just make a decision one way or the other based on what's
Is
sitting
the
in front of us
applicant
right now.
willing to table the item, to have a discussion with staff and come back with a density and at least a graphic to show how that density may look on the property at the next meeting?
I would be willing to do that based on the feedback that we had heard, and if we're talking in terms of the 15 units, then, that's a workable number that we have direction on. Of course, we would love to do better. We
Not
would.
sure where the 15 came in.
Understood.
I don't know where that number came in.
No, we're not. We're not even close.
You run the math. If they mitigated wetlands, we've got 20 acres at 5.5 per acre density, that's 110 units. He's asking for 126. All right, it's 16, not 15, but we're in the ballpark.
That's correct. If you mitigate the wetlands
I
completely.
don't see
off-site,
how
which
you
is
would get that
available.
on that property. Based on the graphic that we saw, again, even though you can take more of the conservation and like say, turn it more into wet, and take the windy street or however you want to do that and stick 50-foot lots on there, 50 by 100s or whatever, that's the graphic that I think we should see to make something work. Now, I hear this side saying 15 doesn't make sense, and I agree.
I'm not proposing that. I don't think the developer wants it either, because I like this layout because it shelters this neighborhood to the east with the conservation area in the back. I don't want him to mitigate this wetland. I want him to treat it just like he's done here with a conservation easement, but I want him to give him the benefit of the density that he would be allowed if he mitigated. That's just money. This is a low-level wetland. This isn't worth anything. It's not like we have Okefenokee Swamp.
A bunch of it is already, if he goes to St. John's, I assume they did, that existing wetland is automatically going to be brought down anyway, so it's gone anyway. Whether we say it is or isn't, they would get it reevaluated by St. John's, and it would be a smaller wetland. So to that degree, you are doing a good thing that the neighborhood may not see.
Right.
I just think, I know I'm hearing more on this side that we're here, that it's just that you cram so much, the military barracks, the apartment appearing project is not as conducive to the neighborhood as something more to the picture you showed that would be a little bit more breathable. And I think that you might find more, response on another board as well, our other board, but I can't really speak to them, but.
Well, and if that is the direction, I think that out of fairness and out of transparency to try to keep this cordial and try to keep the developer, moving, that I'm willing to take that recommendation, and if it's revisiting it for the purposes of those, of the frontages that we're talking about from the depiction and also from the density aspects, I just want to remind, again, beating a dead horse, but, it's an infill in a designated high-density area. I don't know how else to say it, and as much as we hear suggestions to the otherwise, we want to do it the right way, just because you got a project that accommodates their concerns, that, in terms of buffering, in terms of the project's layout, and, all of those aspects of it. We can disagree as to the type of product, but, those are the things that I want to make sure that are not lost in this narrative. But yes, I guess, Mr. Chair.
We have two choices right now. We could ask for a motion to approve and see where you are, or we could table it and you can come back if you want.
At this point, I think it's clear what the direction from this board is, and that, we will make a conscious effort to look at those issues, but out of fairness of moving this thing forward, I think that the vote with the recommendations and the discussion we've had is going to be the substantive part of making changes to that plan. So at this point, I think moving forward is the direction that we're going to seek on our end.
Okay, so you would like to see a vote one way or the other?
Correct.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay.
I'd make a motion to approve with a reduction of 16 from the 126. Is that allowed, Adam?
It certainly is, yes, sir. So you'd have a parcel-specific limiting policy then of 110.
That then takes it back to what they would do if they took the option of mitigating the entirety of the wetland out of the way and put it up. And that puts it like where Mr. Connor was explaining it. So I would suggest that'd be my motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, just to be clear, the motion is to approve it with changing the parcel limiting density to 110 units, but keeping the the conservation depicted in this current thing.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other comments or discussion on this motion? You guys understand what they're asking for? Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 You vote? Nay, okay. So that did not pass. Do we have, we don't have to do another motion, but we could do when somebody wants to make one?
Can I point out something?
Sure.
There's 21 buildings here with 6 units to the building. Is that correct? 21 buildings, 6 units to the building.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So if you're not, at 15 or 16, you're not eliminating 1 building per unit.
1 unit per building.
I mean, 1 unit per building. You're not eliminating 1 unit per building even in density. I'm not sure that's.
I'll go with you on that. That makes sense.
Huh?
I see what you're saying, yeah. That's not a logical approach from the 110. You're right.
If you eliminated one unit per building, it would be, you would be eliminating 21 units.
And keeping the footprint where it is.
And keeping the basic footprint.
Here's my thought, again, without a visual, I mean, you can tell, if they would have just came in there and said 126 units on 20 acres and the density, it's almost like, Plantation Bay, it all sounds great, but then when you look at this visual depiction, which we need to see, you realize what you have here. So that's where I think a visual depiction of how that density would be best used on the property to help kind of blend it into the neighborhood, I think is that's why we could ask for another motion, or we could just leave it to the applicant to either go forward to the board with that plan or an amended plan, or come back to us. I think that would be up to Adam. Am I wrong there, that he could come back, or we don't need another motion?
Yeah, we're talking in our sidebar that we need a motion that prevails. And so that will either, now that you've had a motion to approve that's failed, my advice, and looking to Sean to hopefully nod or to tell me I'm way wrong, is that now the alternative motion would either be, my thinking, either denial, or it sounds like y'all are talking about maybe a lesser number, another motion to approve, but then with some other lesser.
You mean a notion to deny the original application without the limiting factor?
Yes, you'd have, typically if you have a motion to approve that fails, then the alternative should be, because you have your 4 who voted, against the motion to approve, someone should then offer up a motion to recommend denial, because that was your alternative.
Well, looking at this from my perspective, my goal is to preserve the conservation area in the back, and that's what my worry on the risk is on this one. That's why I went that way.
Right.
Sorry to be a bother.
Right. I mean, I think, Adam, to clean up the thing, though, I guess, Sean, you agree with Adam's assertion that we would do a motion one way or the other, and if we made a motion, the straight agenda item as it stands, and it's denied, then that would end that discussion at this point? Is that what we're saying?
I would say that we do need to get a motion and a vote out of you because you have an application in front of you.
Okay.
I caution against trying to negotiate here at the dais an outcome.
Right.
If you'd.
I agree. I think it's difficult for us to make that, to go back and forth and do engineering with him. I think he was looking for some direction from us, and that's why I was saying that a visual depiction that he would come back with would be more appropriate to work out with staff than us trying to actually do the numbers tonight, because I don't think we have the proper tools and resources. But if you need a vote on the motion as it stands, and we could do that, if that cleans that up.
You can
on the legal side
deny,
of it.
you can continue this.
We have a long meeting, so we're gonna,
I'll make a motion.
okay,
I'll make a motion to deny the request
okay.
as it stands.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, the motion right now is to deny the existing, I'm assuming that will handle your issue, correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, do we have any other discussion on this motion? I'd just like to state, again, for the applicant in the audience, that we are a recommending body, and he is free to come back to us, or he is also free to go forward, and you all will find out by notice which way he wants to go. But anyway, okay, is there any more discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it to the vote. All those in favor of denying this motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone want to approve the motion, in effect, approve his item, signify? We have no nays, right?
Nay.
We have a nay. We have 2 nays. Nay. Okay. So the motion passes. The item is disapproved.
Officially recommend denial.
We officially recommend denial. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
I have to go back to the law. Mr. Connor, I have to sit down and train me on this law stuff here. Okay.
Point of order,
Now-
does this eliminate 6 and 7?
That was my
now?
next point, is what do we do with these next 2 items? Do we table those items?
I would table them to the next.
My recommendation would be, for purposes of the record, that you open up those hearings, you go through the normal steps, but I don't think we need the full presentation of the evidence. And because this is only a recommending body, they won't be prohibited from coming back. There's a provision in our code with, if you're denied a zoning, that I believe you have to wait 6 months
Correct.
before you can come back and ask again. However, this being the planning board and not the county commission, I think you could just go ahead and deny, and they won't face that 6-month
Do we
prohibition.
deny this, or should we just continue it because the continuation would be assuming he is going to come back anyway.
That's
and that
up to
way
you.
He doesn't have to, reapply and do the whole 9 yards again. Would you have any problem with continuing the next 2 items?
Well, no, if the denial on the future land use is the recommendation of the board, then the denial on the PUD to the same aspect should be the same process.
Well, if we continue it, then you don't have to reapply to do it again. It's just going to be continued till you come back on the next one.
Oh, I understand, but I would prefer to take the advice of your attorney in that, opening this up for public hearing for
Yeah, we're going to do that.
direction.
We're going to do that. Okay. All right. We'll make this as quick as possible. Again, we have a lot of items out here. Okay, this is item number 2024-06-0043. This is the rezoning on the last item. Adam?
Yeah, I'll just cut right to the chase here with it. And most of our comments, I think, safe to say, if the folks in the audience who made comments, I think they kind of went over to the extent of future land use, zoning, site development plan. I think that's probably safe to say for everyone. We'll just nod and say that's true, that hopefully we'll be able to
Please, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
truncate some
We're gonna have
of
public
what was
comment in a
said
minute.
already, but your options then are for approval, and then we have conditions that are placed there that with the PUD, all development conditions apply, subject parcels, and it doesn't become effective until the land use becomes effective for this one, and then I do have a catch-all, any other conditions that you wish to add. Remembering zoning to PUD is a little unique because you're contract zoning.
Right.
And so whatever, ideally, whatever you're putting as a condition ought to be within the PUD development agreement itself. Then the other option would be to recommend denial or continuance. With this, I do think because of the prior action that you really can't recommend approval unless there are aspects of the PUD that that you wanted to put on record that we're that you could find a way forward with a land use. It would follow that without the land use, you have no zoning.
I think that might be too creative for us tonight.
I think so.
Okay.
And Mr.
thank
Chair,
you, Adam.
it's quasi judicial, so you have to
Yes,
declare
okay.
any communications.
Again, this one is a quasi judicial. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they want to reveal right now? Seeing none, would the applicant like to make any presentation on this? Again, please keep it brief because we got this one and the next one
And I only
sort of
want
a
to,
foregone conclusion here.
as long as there's a recognition that the previous presentation is the record of
Yeah.
this proceeding, then I'm okay with moving forward as presented.
We will use that last presentation as part of this record.
Excellent.
Thank you. Anyone in the public like to come forward and speak to this item? Again, we're just going to ask to keep it brief because this will,
I'll make it quick. I know everyone's good. Okay, I ask you to please to keep this property consistent with the current future land use map and adjacent properties. I would like for it to stay the way it is currently as far as future zoning, but
if it were to ever be changed to a planned unit development, please do it in maintaining compatible level of no higher than the low-intensity, low-medium-density PUD land use, which is the highest level of any adjacent property, to keep it from becoming a precedent that would then potentially have domino effect down the line of high densities.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to come forward?
If speakers can also still identify themselves for the record, we've got a secretary who has to keep track of this.
You don't,
I think she's got her, that one, but let's keep it going, folks.
Harriet Castle, 14 Treetop. I just wanted to add about, other the things you had mentioned about it looking like a barracks and things like that, that for a PUD, there's supposed to be a lot of, I think, more amenities than what they show, the dog park and a swimming pool. And it's pretty far away from many of the other townhouses. You know, they have a walking trail around the stormwater pond, but very little actually open space, which is only 5.4%. And there's supposed to be a level of services for a PUD, and there just is not enough level of services. You don't have your schools, you don't have, the grocery store is actually in Volusia County, it's not in Flagler County. And there's no place to walk to, there's no sidewalks. It's just not really a true PUD in that sense. And also, this will add the opposite to urban sprawl. They want to call it infill, but I disagree with that. Because once they get the high density, then the other properties can go to high density, and then we can have apartments and all of this, and create the urban sprawl that they're trying to say they're actually infill to try to prevent it. But in reality, it will create urban sprawl, which Flagler 2050, again, is trying to prevent that. And we ask you not to let that happen. Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else come forward, I close this, bring it back to the board. I assume you don't.
Mr.
need a
Chairman,
rebuttal?
based on the failure of an underlying future land use designation, I move to deny this rezone application.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second, Mr. Goodman. Okay, any other discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, I bring it to the vote. All those in favor of denying this application, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone want to, on the opposing side? Nope, okay. That one. Next one here is number 2024070069. This is site development plan for the PUD. Again, we're going to, do you want to make a presentation? Okay, hang on. Adam, if you want to,
Quasi judicial for any disclosures, just for the record?
yeah, do we have any quasi, I think it's already been stated, but any quasi judicial? No, none on this one. Go ahead. Adam, you want to make a?
Have the site
We know
plan.
we're going to deny this, so.
Site plan here, so that's the, we kind of skipped ahead, we looked at it before, but these three in concert, they have to move together.
Okay, thank you.
And Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, Daytona Beach, attorney for the the applicant. Just again to reiterate that the previous discussion is the record, and that the aspects of this project have been discussed, and just recognition of that.
Yeah, thank you, Joey. Okay, at this point, I'd like to open up to the public. Anyone in the public like to speak, please come forward. Yes, sir. Again, very brief, because this is a foregone conclusion, so there's a lot of people
All right,
tonight
just
waiting
see-
on you.
Alan Sandiford, 14 Two Top Circle. Sorry, I didn't say that last time. I'm going to see if there's anything I want to just add to the whole idea as to why there's, when there's 30 homes that back right up to the power line easement, 30 of them. And there's really no place for kids to play. I mean, it's literally just backed right up to walking paths, tiny little dog park area, tiny little pool, and a grass area that goes right up to also goes right up to the power lines. And so, I mean, I can only see that the kids, I guess they're just going to spread out and play under the power lines, because where else are you going to go, And it does set a precedent. That's the whole thing we're concerned about, setting precedents. And, it looks like the homes are really squeezed in to maximize profit but minimize quality of life. And that's good enough.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hello again, Harriet Castle, 14 Treetop. I did want to mention that this developer did not try to reach out to the community. There was no community meeting. We did a lot of research. We did not get this plan until Friday when it was posted onto the Flagler County website, which I've continued to complain about the lack of time that gives us. That's a lot of information to go through. And we stayed up for, we've been researching this for days, but a lot of people aren't able to do that. So I would wish the county could work on that. But typically, they would try to meet with the community, and I'm pretty shocked they didn't for a high density. They didn't do that. And also, they have a lift station that backs up to 23 Treetop Trail. 23 Treetop Circle. And we've had a lot of problems in our subdivision with the lift station that has, made a lot of noise. It's taken forever to get fixed, and that's a concern. They asked them to move that, and so that's an issue. So I hope you guys really look at this and try to maintain Old Dixie Highway for the future land use. Even if it was done 20 years ago, it was still meant to do that, and it's an extension of, the A1A corridor and the loop, and we're trying to preserve that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else like to come forward? Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. I do want to just state, Adam, I was going to say that, I know we don't have in our code the public meeting upon these larger projects. This is maybe not the biggest thing in the world, but still enough of an impact, and that would have helped the developer maybe get a little sense of this, and maybe the public, but we don't have that in our code. That is in some communities where they do have to do that, but we do not have that here. Okay, right now, anyone on the board?
Chairman, based on the failure of zoning to support the site plan, I move to deny the application.
Okay, do I have a second? We have a second from Mr. Boyd. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to state that I was disappointed we missed the opportunity to create a conservation easement over 4 acres in the middle of what's going to be a development. There's no getting around this. This will become a development. We can wish for pie in the sky and chocolate happy cakes all day long. It will be houses. We missed the chance to block that off as a conservation easement.
It may not be gone. It just depends how they bring it back. So
at some point it will. Maybe not today, maybe not this year, but it will.
okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion on that motion to deny this application? Seeing none, I bring it to a vote. All those in favor of denying the application signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I see no one in the affirmative, and that is done. Thank you very much. Okay, we are up to item number 8. Again, this is a quasi-judicial item. This is project 2024-050062, a special exception in the RC area. This is for a business over on 3 Pamela Parkway. Do we have any ex parte communication?
No, sir.
And I do want to say again, I've got calls from people that I tell them I can't have a conversation on this. So, Adam?
This parcel is at the corner of Pamela Parkway and A1A North Ocean Shore. Shows up mixed use, low intensity, consistent with the RC zoning, residential, limited commercial. All outside of the special flood hazard area. Our soils are good. It's Cocoa-Bulow complex, and we have no wetlands on the property. This is the subject property's boundary survey. That's right under half an acre. We have a special exception approval is being requested for office and yoga studio. It's conversion of the existing single-family dwelling into a real estate office with attached roof porch as a yoga studio. It shows the 8 compacted shell parking spaces, 1 paved ADA compliant parking space. I'm going to steal a bit of your thunder, Mr. Chairman, just as long as I'm talking like an auctioneer right now. That ADA space is a federal ADA space, not a state ADA space. We've had that discussion, so that will need to be changed. It will need to be widened in order to meet the Florida requirements. Board of County Commissioners approval for parking material deviation was approved, and so instead of having that asphalt across all required parking, it is shell. The A1A committee did review this, recommended approval. All index tree canopy to be preserved, and no comments or objections have been received. I'll put a caveat on that A1A scenic committee. It was under the condition, two things. It was on the, for the material substitution for the shell, and it was also that all parking be contained within the parcel. So those were their two things that they had requested. Here's, again, part of the survey. This shows a little bit of the elevation. Existing building, hatched areas there, I think, are showing, it says to be removed. And so those are some extra buildings on the parcel. This is that site plan portion that we've had, that have been displayed again with the narrower parking space for the ADA, but then showing your other shell spaces, and then your proposed building addition to the rear. With that, we have our options available to the board. There are several conditions that are here, but the most important one, I believe, is the one that says that the approval is limited to the use of the subject parcel as a real estate office and yoga studio. The other conditions are very closely following the A1A scenic corridor conditions from our land development code. I can answer any questions about those conditions or anything else in the staff report. With that, I'll close, Mr. Chair. I'm going to wait any questions or comments. Thank you.
Excellent job. You got it under 2 minutes. Would the applicant like to come forward and give a presentation? Is the applicant here tonight? Yeah, okay. Please identify yourself at the microphone.
Greg Evans, 76 Hammock Beach Circle, Palm Coast. My wife, Victoria. You're going to do the talking.
Victoria, you told me you were going to talk. Oh, it's just a cute little fitness studio with a office. It's going to look old Florida, cute, no coquina rock. I mean, all coquina rock. Cute landscaping. Everything's going to be wonderful. And, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you want to say. It's
That-
big.
You can say just that much or whatever you want.
I think she said it all. It's,
Okay.
we took an old house that was dilapidated and it's been an eyesore in the area. And it has been, we fixed the outside up. It looks really, really nice. It's going to be her real estate office. She's with one of the big real estate brokers here in town. She's also a broker. And in the back, there's going to be a porch, covered porch, that's going to be fitness yoga studio.
Okay.
And we've gotten a lot of positive comments from around the community.
Okay.
Go with the neighborhood.
That's it.
Okay. Anyone on the board like to ask any questions of the applicant or staff?
Is there a noise level associated with yoga? Is it like, I'm not familiar with yoga. I don't know. Is it rock
You
and
can
roll
tell by
bands or
looking at
what
me,
is
I'm
it?
not either.
Okay.
With yoga, there's not some other formats I teach. There's a little bit of noise, I try to make the class happy, and I do teach a little dancing, and so there might be a tiny bit of noise when I teach dance classes.
That's what worries me. It's in a residential surrounding community. Are you going to be banging drums at 7 o'clock in the morning, waking the neighbors up? That's what worries me.
No.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about the use.
Yes, well, I told the neighbors back behind me if they did hear any noise, they could come free to class. All the neighbors, if the noise did bother them, they could come to class. And there's Brookshire Hathaway on the right-hand side. So there's neighbors behind me, and there's neighbors when you're looking at the house, to the left.
Will the parking be shared with the real estate component? Is the parking going to be shared? Is there going to be enough parking?
Yes, but the
Will
real
the
estate's
parking
going to
be
be
overflowing
really
into
tiny.
the-
It's just one person there.
One person,
Maybe
okay.
two, but it's really, really, really small.
I'm trying to see what you're.
And the house is like 894 square feet, so it's just small. And then the studio's 1,500 square feet, so it's just not real big.
Please forgive my ignorance. I'm just asking the questions.
Dan, is that it?
I'm good. That's all I need.
Questions?
We have any renderings? My iPad keeps crashing while I scroll. Are there any renderings of the building that we have?
I don't have any here, and I don't remember if we had any submitted. The next step would be that they would proceed with building permitting. That we've got some. I think we got some demolition going on right now that we've authorized. But beyond that, your approval of the special exception is the next step for them to be able to get the building permit. So that the pretty pictures, I think, may have been submitted, but I don't have them available.
All right.
And to clarify, the special exception is the use on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm.
I have a picture on my phone.
Any other questions?
No.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you were saying?
No, we're good.
I have a picture of the house on my phone, if anybody wanted to see it.
It says, I'm not sure I heard your question, but you asking
picture
for
of it.
architectural plans?
Yeah, just the rendering of
Yeah,
what the
because it
existing
asks
building
to
looks
see
like right now.
architectural plan. Do you have architectural plans on this?
No.
Are you doing this proposed building?
Yes, that's the architecture,
No,
what we
that's
have.
that's the, yeah,
That's what we have.
we've got an architect that's drawing up the plans, but we're not at that point yet where we actually
How
have.
many square feet is this additional building?
Yeah, no, the building itself is a little under 900 square feet.
No, it says on a proposed building addition,
Yeah,
refer to
but
architectural
that-
plans.
That, it's not a building, it's going to be, basically, it's a porch with a 7-foot-high fence around it. It's going to be covered, and it's going to be kind of an inside-outside, keep it within the Florida theme for yoga and fitness.
How many square feet is that, roughly?
A little under 1,500 square feet.
Okay, how many people will be attending in a 1,500 square foot area in
For
there?
yoga, you can put about 9 people.
1,500 square feet?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Is that too much or too little?
It sounds like a way small amount, that you could probably put 50 people, 70 people, and 50.
50, I think you could fit like 20, the most 30.
Make sure the comments on the microphone, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, maybe 20 people could get in there. It depends on different formats. Some formats you require mats, so that would take up some space. So about 20, but if I'm teaching a format where everybody's standing up, maybe a little bit more than 20. I'm going to take silver sneakers, and silver sneaker caps me off at 25. So
25 people.
Where will the extra people
Where-
park?
well, that's what I see 6, 7 parking spaces here.
9, yeah.
the
None?
overflow is going to be, it's all going to be Coquina Rock. So if we do overflow, it's going to be Coquina Rock. Overflow, we approved with Commissioner, and A1A wanted us.
No,
us to
you
do
have
that.
you're showing your parking right now being in Coquina. You're not showing additional parking. I don't know where you'd put it.
Yeah, the person that did the civil engineer, he was supposed to take, if you go straight, which is basically.
Slide over the
west.
microphone if you don't mind, again, sorry.
Yeah, if you go from the handicap parking and you go west, and then you go north, that's all going to be Coquina Rock, and that's going to be the overflow parking. But what A1A wanted us to do was to make sure that we didn't have parking out on the street like they've done in other places on A1A. And so that's where the overflow would be.
Okay. Go ahead.
FDOT is on A1A.
Where is A1A?
On this graphic, A1A is on your right-hand side.
The
so-
right-hand side,
Pamela
okay.
Parkway there.
Yeah, that's Pamela Parkway.
Pamela Parkway at the
You
bottom.
don't need an apron on Pamela Parkway.
Yeah, we saw that. We were going to talk about that too. It's showing a paved apron. There won't be one because we can't maintain a paved apron on a dirt road.
That's what I was wondering. And as far as the buffer, that I don't see any plantings here in the buffer.
This is just one of several sheets, and so there was a separate landscape plan. We've only included this one here that the landscaping was provided to us. It meets the requirements.
Okay.
Do you already have a studio? You don't operate a studio currently?
I have before, but not now.
She did this in Georgia, where she had a combination real estate office and a fitness studio. It was very successful. So she's replicating that here.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I mean, I think it's a great concept and it's consistent with the area. I'm just concerned about the parking with.
We're not on site plan approval. This is a use request.
Excuse me?
We're not on site plan approval. This is a use request.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I would assume though that the parking would have to be shown that the parking is going to fit for the use.
They're gonna have to meet code. We give them the use. They're gonna have to meet code for what
They
they
have to meet the use
build.
code for the use, correct. They'd have to, but I think that's part of what they're going to have to demonstrate.
But that's a staff level review. They take care of that, make sure they have adequate parking, and it's going to be functioning, correct, Adam?
Yeah, and at the point we're at, this one would come back to TRC for site plan. They've actually taken a little extra time to get to this level, and with the engineered plans, even with our paved apron, a couple of mistakes that were done by our engineer that came in, but that we're what you see is what has been the submitted plan. What represents the engineered plan would up until now has been what's constituted the plan.
Any other questions before I open to the public? Okay, at this point, thank you very much. I'd like to open up to the public, and when the public would like to come forward, please do so and give us your name and where you live.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name's Mike Garrett. I live at 5 Pamela Parkway, and this proposed mystery structure, if you will, is 37 feet from my bedroom window, okay? I really don't know how we got to this point. I've looked through all the information on the packet, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Slide back over to the microphone. We're missing your comments.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Planning Director, but I believe your submittal requirements in the LDC require elevations, a sign plan, and gentleman up here mentioned it, landscape plan. None of that's in here. So I don't know what you're voting on tonight. This is a mystery to us in the neighborhood. Could you bring up the site plan real quick, please? Is that possible? Yeah, there's nothing identified here as far as what this building is. And again, to the left, it's 37 feet to my bedroom window. Now, I'm hearing tonight for the first time that this is an open-air structure. Come on, it's going to be Zumba, it's going to be exercise, there's going to be noise. My back porch, my front porch directly faces this property. My quality of life goes down the toilet, okay? I met the applicant, wonderful person, and I'm not a anti-business person, okay? But this does not fit in our neighborhood. I mean, we have wildlife sanctuary there, we have owls, we have, and Pamela Parkway, it's a one-lane dirt road, folks. I mean, any overload parking out here is gonna block, our ingress and egress to our home. So I don't know how you can vote on this tonight. There's a lot of missing information. It needs to go back to the TRC with this information so it can clearly be identified what this thing looked like. Well, there's no definition of yoga studio in your LDC, by the way. So what is it? Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward and make a comment? Is that yes, sir? You are? Okay, come on forward. Anyone else like to come forward if you're going to do that so we know you're. Please identify yourself on the microphone.
Scott Tidwell, 6 Pamela Parkway. I feel like I'm more prepared for this than they are. This is no disrespect to the owners. I love small business. What I don't like is Pamela Parkway is one-lane road, basically. You got one small lane. There's a choke point. It's a sand road. You have 2 businesses on one property. The idea of 2 businesses on one property, it doesn't work. I'm all for them using the property as it was zoned when they purchased it. What I'm not for is 2 businesses on a one-lane sand road. Real estate office, cool. If you want to compete with the 2 next door, what's wrong with the third one? Go for it. But an open-air studio that's not defined makes no sense. 9 parking spaces, a structure that size will hold 30 people. I know this. Remember at Hammett Beach, they have Zumba classes there. They have yoga classes. It's a 12 by 12 room. They have 25 people in it. Makes no sense. I made a presentation, but I printed it out. The dangerous part is Pamela being a sand road. If you've ever driven on it before, you realize as you go to leave and pull out an A1A, you lose traction. If you approve this, there's going to be more than just residents there pulling in and out. You're going to have a lot of wrecks. It's going to happen. Furthermore, for myself and my neighbors, Pamela's a loop. There's 4 super dangerous curves. If you drive down that road straight to Pamela to Intercoastal, you make the first right, a right, a right. 4 dangerous curves. There's children. We walk our dogs. Everybody comes in, oh, the office is closed. The yoga's, oh, what's this? They check it out. You just introduce way more traffic to our neighborhood, and it's dangerous. There's choke points everywhere on that road. The sand is going to be a problem. It's going to cause accidents. The Berkshire Hathaway office has a paved entrance. There's no sand on it. If you have to take off, you can go. You're not going to lose your traction. My neighbor Tim, he'll talk about that in a minute. Choke point at his mailbox and mine both. There's times we can't even get to our house when people are doing any sort of construction. They park on the side of the road, and we're trapped. Here's an example of one today when I was trying to leave. And this is going to happen. With only 9 parking spaces, this is going to be a problem. Emergency first responders, blocked. We had a fire with a palm tree. Can you get through that? That's going to happen every day. That's going to be our life every day. I think just consider this. It makes no sense, and I don't even know what you're voting on.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tidwell, can you give those, sir, I'm over here. Can you give those to our clerk? She's sitting right over there. Make it part of the record.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Tim Gorlick. I'm 4 Pamela Parkway, directly across.
Hold on one second. Did you get that?
I didn't get it. Can you move over to speak into the microphone, sir?
Sir, could you repeat who you are and your address, please, to the microphone?
Oh, my name is Tim Gorlick. I'm 4 Pamela Parkway, directly across the street from the property.
Thank you.
I have some things thrown together. I didn't have a lot of time, but they're talking about how nice and pleasant this little house is. Actually, it's not very nice and pleasant. It was painted over, a dilapidated house, like he says. But if you're going to put a 1,500 square foot porch on the back of a little white house, it's going to look a lot worse than what it does right now. It's going to be an eyesore as it was before they painted it. It's not conducive to the neighborhood. It's going to be a yoga studio. It's going to be a Zumba studio. It's going to be outdoor. It's going to be noisy. Yoga is more spiritual, quiet. I've been in a Zumba up in Jacksonville. We're building a road by it. I went in and looked. It's loud. It's high intensity. They go outside. They run. They make noise. This is directly across the street from me on a narrow road. Yeah, I'm not real prepared, but if you look at your own description, see, mixed use, low intensity category of the future land use plan. Low impact to establish the residential uses and the overall character of the corridor. Okay, permitted uses are to be harmonious in appearance and have landscaped open space. Well, I don't see any of that. We have enough people on the street that should have an exception, let alone giving it to somebody that doesn't have adequate plans as it is right now. So there's a lot of things that are going to be impacted. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
I've been there 6 years, and I just think that we need to have more representation on what they're planning on building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi there, my name is Christina Cardone Morris. I live at 9 Pamela Parkway. I'm not a very good public speaker, so I apologize. I'm going to read from my phone. I purchased my home almost 14 years ago, falling in love with the majestic area. I purchased this home as a single woman with plans of a future family. Now we're a family of 3. My husband would be here tonight, however, he's a firefighter and worked quite a busy shift yesterday, and he's exhausted. I have lupus and currently have a flare in my hands, but I still felt that this is so important to be here to voice my concerns. My concern is, especially with the access of the parking lot being on Pamela Parkway, I have a 10-year-old child, and he's on our road riding his bike, walking our dogs, doing what have you on a regular basis. And our road is already dangerous as it is without adding extra to it. So I'm very concerned about this. If there's more traffic on the road, I'm concerned for his safety and the safety of other children in the area, as well as pedestrians. Please keep our roads safe. That's the most important thing. I also wanted to add, if one was really passionate about their project, you would have more to say about your potential property, maybe more concerns about the people who have lived here for years. And no thank you for free classes. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Charlie Kissling, I'm at 15 Pamela Parkway.
Hold on, did you get, you got it, okay.
Just wanted to say that I wasn't in favor of this special exemption. The reasons are expanding limited commercial, I don't think is suitable for this very small neighborhood. The ingress and egress for businesses size, I think should be actually put on A1A, not on this, on Pamela Parkway, which is a very narrow, small road. Traffic and parking will create safety concerns, and I'm just asking that this board uphold the present RCUs and protect our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Scott Diaz, 11 Deborah Drive. I just want to reiterate what the folks have said tonight. This is a sleepy residential neighborhood. It is a loop. There is probably 30 homes at the most, 25 to 30 homes. This road is currently rated for low impact. So the idea of bringing in commercial property into Pamela Parkway, I have the same concerns that everyone else has shared. I have kids. There are no sidewalks on this street. We like it that way, but in part it's because it is a close-knit, small neighborhood that we enjoy that way. And the idea of having a 1,500 square foot structure that's not clear what it will be providing, bringing potentially double the traffic to the neighborhood is a hazard. It's a significant hazard coming off of A1A. A1A currently is 50, 55 miles an hour. It is challenging right now as a resident who understands the area to be able to make it onto my street without worrying about oncoming traffic, cars leaving Pamela Parkway. So the idea of introducing the amount of traffic that I believe this could bring doesn't make sense. Everything, can you pull the site plan back up? Everything beyond the site plan is a loop. It is homes, dirt road, very narrow, again, rated for low impact traffic. So how can 9 vehicles, 10 vehicles, they talked about shell parking. How many vehicles are we talking? 20 vehicles? Coming out onto the dirt road, which then immediately exits to A1A. I don't understand it. I don't understand how it's safe. I'd like to understand it. I am also not against business. But this is the hammock. This is a sleepy residential neighborhood. I'm also worried for the folks who live in this neighborhood. There's no understanding of what it will be, what the impact will be to them. And the gentleman that started the day off, started this speaking off, he is feet across from this place, this proposal. So there's other homes within feet of this proposal. There are school buses that come through here. The bus stop is right on this corner. I just don't get it. So I'm concerned. I have kids. I think this is a safety issue. I think it's a traffic issue. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please, again, we want to refrain from any clapping, booing. Seeing no other speakers, we're going to close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board. Actually, if the applicant wants to make a rebuttal, you do have this is your time to go ahead and speak on those.
Looks like, can I bring it up?
I'm sorry?
Can I bring this up? It's the actual.
Do we have the overhead? Can that work without too much grief? Hold on, sir. You need, if you're going to share it, you need to share with everybody. Hold on.
I also would like to
Can
say.
we get that overhead to work?
I had no idea this was such a.
If you
this bothered anybody
Sir,
at
you
all.
can put that on the table. And see on the-
Everybody's been really, really sweet and really nice, and I didn't see this coming. This is going to be a teeny tiny bit. It's an office up front. It's just going to be myself. I might let somebody else come in there with me. Teeny tiny office. I want to keep everything small. the studio, it's a teeny tiny yoga studio. It's not, this isn't anything that should be so dramatic. This is just a little back porch where we could do yoga. I teach golf fitness. I teach yoga. I teach deep stretch. I teach Pilates. Zoom is probably the only loud one. I could take that to the beach. I can be quiet, and this is like just a teeny tiny roof, a little tin roof that's going to be so cute, and beautiful landscape. And right now it looks like crap. This house was it was horrible. Everybody has stopped me and said, "Thank you so much. You have saved our children's life because you cut down all those trees, and my children were going to get killed because they were trying to cross the street." And we have made such an improvement, and it used to be an eyesore full of termites. It was just horrible. It's going to be, so if anybody's kind of confused, it's just a little patio with a little tin roof and a little gate, and you just go in and you bring, maybe we'll do weights and put the music on real softly. If it is, 10 o'clock, the music might be a little tiny bit. I mean, you won't hear anything. You will see a
Give me
lot
one
of
second, ma'am.
people.
Just want to catch your breath 1 second. Did you want to show your, if you put that, if you, sir, if you put it on the table.
You can just
you
place
put
your
that on that
drawing.
Table right there where the little paper is. Now you can look at the screen. You can see what you're trying to, there you go. Yeah, just slide that whole device backwards.
All right. Yeah, first off, I'd like to make a couple of comments, and people had alluded to.
You just have to move it along because you have
I
a
know.
10-minute rebuttal and that's why I wanted to get you up there with your
No,
thing.
I certainly appreciate it. People are alluding to, 3 or 4 bad curves, et cetera, and kids, riding their bikes and everything else. Well, if I had a little kid, I wouldn't want him riding a bike within 50 feet of A1A. And that's where the parking lot is, the entrance, 50 to 100 feet from A1A. So nobody's going to come out and go around the curb. Pamela Parkway is not a one-lane road. It's a 2-lane street. It is Coquina Rock, but it's a 2-lane street. And there's cars going back and forth. So it is not what they're trying to show you as being some tiny little dirt path. Nobody's going to go around the turn. Nobody's going to go back into the neighborhood. There would be absolutely no reason for that. They would come in, they would pull in, and then they would pull out again. The rendition that I've got here shows the Coquina Rock here, where the parking is going to be. And the guy that did it didn't add everything in there like he was supposed to. But there's going to be room for about 15 cars. And she's not going to get 25 people in there. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So it's going to, that's all I got to say. But it is not going to be, there's not going to be the traffic going back into the neighborhood that they're trying to portray them to be.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you. At this point, anyone on the board have any questions for the applicant or for staff?
Yes, my question. I'm going to ask it. Why are we not paving those roads, Adam? Everyone here has said we need to pave the darn roads. They're unsafe. We need to make them asphalt. They'd be kept on day one.
Please, everybody, we can't have outbursts like this.
Everyone's
It is not
asked-
helping your cause.
Everyone's asked that they have a safe
Please,
road with
I
safe
don't wanna have to
access to
clear anybody from the
A1A
room.
with the ability to accelerate onto A1A. That's my question. I know I'm not a popular person. I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to be pragmatic and solve problems. Adam?
Remember when we tried that on the opposite side of the street where we came in and said, we're the government, we're here to help. After the storms, we were going to come in and pave and add drainage, and that did not go for well. I wanted to mention something. We talked about it here in the sidebar, and just for everyone's edification, our award-winning A1A Scenic Corridor Overlay District states, as it's been codified, 3.06.11E, Subpart 1, under access standards for corner parcels less than 1 acre in size, access only from local streets shall be allowed. And so if you're kind of scratching your head going, well, how come A1A is not where their driveway is? It's because our code says it can't be there. So just to offer that up. Appreciate the, I think, tongue-in-cheek comment on the paving, right? That,
It was somewhat.
I figured as much. Thank you, sir.
I knew I was going to win popularity at some time with that.
Okay, do we? Please, sir, please. We already have public comment. I appreciate your comment. I can't have outbursts from the floor. Please, sir. Sir, I can't do that, okay? I really can't do that. I don't want to ask you to leave. I gotta keep it decorum, sir. Please. We already had public comment. Everyone had a chance to speak. Yeah, you had your comment. Just wait for the process to take its effect, okay? Does anyone else have any questions or comments for staff or the applicant? No.
I have a question. Would you be willing to limit the hours of the Zumba classes from 10 to 3? Okay, that noise seems to be
The
a
applicant
consideration.
stated yes.
Okay, that was just my question.
Okay. Let me throw my 2 cents in here. From what I heard of the public and what I saw myself, full disclosure, 43 or 45 years ago, I actually designed a house at the very end of that street, and I do know that street. I have gone up and down, and I helped build part of it. And it is a very small little road and it's a quiet little neighborhood. We're not going to get into the pavings, and that's not what's on our agenda tonight. But I think that from what I heard of the public and what I believe is that I don't think there's a big problem with the real estate office. I think that's basically quiet, conducive to the neighborhood as far as the special exception to go. But I think the idea of the dance studio, yoga studio, outdoor area, I mean, the depiction was not in their favor because it was quite a large area. I mean, that was, looked like almost twice the size of the house. And admittedly, it could be a lot of people, but wherever the size is, we're talking about, if you ever watch Zumba or a lot of this type of dance music, that's a great exercise. It's boom, 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 boom. And, also the amount of cars that would be there because it would be popular. She appears to be a great instructor and she probably have a lot of students and that's to the detriment of that street because that street is right on the apex of this curve. And both for the people trying to pull in and the students and, some new people coming in and out there all the time, that seems to be putting a lot of burden for the yoga side of it. I mean, personally, I would grant the office exception all day. They wouldn't need to do much more up there. They have the ADA and all that. But I think what I've heard from the public is that the yoga or the outside instruction issue would be a noise and would be a traffic problem. So I think that's where I probably have a problem with it. I don't know how anyone else feels about it. Don't all speak at once, Okay, do we have any more discussion from the board? I do need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Make a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Connor. Do we have any other discussion on the motion as it sits, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any other?
I think we should encourage cottage industry in the hammock. I don't have any particular offense to brick buildings and parking lots, but I think this kind of stuff is better. And so I think this is a good fit. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood, but I also believe the applicant in that the only reason it's not an A1A access is because our code doesn't allow it. So it's a side street access. My office is in the hammock. I got a shared driveway with my neighbor to accommodate the A1A overlay. It's a real pain for my clients getting in and out of my parking lot. And yeah, it's a struggle, but that's what we do in the hammock. And the reality is that if you don't allow these kinds of businesses to locate there and start occupying the property in the hammock, you're going to have the big developers coming in, buying up multiple lots and putting in paved parking lots with access to A1A and all the things that go along with it. And that will really destroy the character of the hammock. So I think we should encourage this.
I have a question I have a question on the motion.
May I modify my motion?
Go ahead. Mr. Corbett?
Okay.
I've got a question on the motion. Does that include the restriction on noise from 10 to
Yes.
3?
From 10 to 3 on the noise for the Zumba, I guess that's what they call it.
Well, she even mentioned that she would take Zumba to the beach.
Well,
That would
Well,
be
either way,
I
a
think
noise.
it's hard to define.
It's hard to
particular-
separate.
I think it's hard to define a particular style of noise. You know, I think if you're saying maybe, I mean, if you're talking about Zumba, how do you,
I have no idea what Zumba is.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, yeah, I know you don't, but I mean,
I don't want to bring that
if
up.
you get a, if you get a decibel meter and you go out and put it to the property line, are you defining Zumba?
You know,
You're just defining decibels.
I don't
noise,
think,
so I don't know.
you know, when I saw yoga and I saw real estate office, I didn't see Zumba. Zumba, I mean, it's loud, you know, I mean, and to do a 1,500 square foot, you know.
Please,
outside-
ma'am, please, if we keep getting the outbursts, I'm going to have to ask security to have you move, and I don't want to do that, okay? You just have to let the process take its place.
You know, quiet yoga, that's, you know, and I didn't see the outdoor space, but now seeing it. But even that, you know, quiet yoga, meditation, hammock goes hand in hand. I think, you know, that is consistent with everything. Zumba, I mean, it's loud. And to have it in a residential area like that with someone 30, 40 feet away, I mean, that's disturbing to them. I don't think Zumba is appropriate there. Yoga, quiet, sure. Meditation, sure. Real estate office, sure. Loud Zumba, not consistent with the area. It could be very disturbing.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
You look like you did, so I'm assuming.
Yeah,
you did.
no, I'm just processing it all through my head. As far as the Zumba, is that an important part of what you want to do? Yes or no? Okay. So we.
Applicant said no.
Applicant said no. How is she going to control the class sizes? That seems to be the problem with this whole thing. I think the neighbors really want to not have cars parked on the street. There has to be some sort of a happy medium here.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm all in favor of businesses and as a business owner. I mean, unfortunately, the other people who looked at this didn't look at it the right way and gave a bad proposal because they don't think things through all the way. I'm really at a quandary on this one.
If I may, I'll amend my motion then.
Okay.
I would like to amend my motion to be that we approve with the understanding that the Zumba portion, the noise portion would be taken somewhere else, and that the parking would be adequate for the class sizes that she needs. And I don't want to get into the design aspect of a project because that's not what we're doing here by no means. This is a land use exercise. And that would be the amendment.
Well, let me
You put
throw-
that in
let
pretty
me-
English.
Before we ask for a second, I just want to, if you said be adequate, so if they could put 60 cars on there because they have.
No, that
Is
would be,
there
that would be
is there a
under,
limit to the size you're talking about?
that would be under technical review by the county.
This is we don't have that. We're now giving a
I know.
special exception.
That's why I say I don't want to
the
get into
use.
design
So
standards.
if we're going to throw some thing on, we have to do it tonight, or we have to continue it and come back.
16 spaces then.
16 spaces.
Yeah.
So do we have did you want to second, amend your second?
Amendment.
All right, so if I understand that the motion right now stands to approve, with the operation being between 10 to 3 as far as any type of a dance or yoga or whatever, but any type of noise operation would not be held on site.
That's correct.
And then the limiting factor would be 16 cars placed. Adam, is that going to be enforceable? Would that work?
Yeah, it's enforceable. I'm a little worried about the 10 to 3 and the other part. I think the parking, I can count parking spaces, we can count cars, but, 10 to,
Please, ma'am, if you wanted to go over and speak to him quietly, you can, but you can't keep speaking out of turn here. It's just, I can't do that. I'm going to have to ask security if you can't do that. I know it's frustrating. I've been in your shoes, ma'am. But go ahead, Adam.
the 10 to 3 hours, the noise, that kind of stuff, that I think that's going to be harder.
Okay, so that we would not be able to put a noise limiting aspect to it, in your opinion?
I'm thinking if I could, I mean, if the rub is the noise, but I don't know if this would match up, but, I've tried to be as specific in here. Real estate office and yoga, and, and I'll be kind of borrow off that same thing. Yoga is not Zumba, I don't think, but in my world, but, and I get it, yoga is not defined. We didn't go through and identify every possible use in the land development code. We missed yoga. Darn, we'll hit that next time. But, maybe what we need to say here is maybe no amplified sound. I don't know if that works. I get it. We talked about beating drums. If you're just there, the sound of voices, I maybe that's still a step too far. But we've done that before with other special exceptions. I don't know if that matches up with, what the proposed uses are with the yoga studio, but we've had that before. And that means basically no boombox. So.
Well, this is really, this is a use request.
Right.
And
It
so
does, we're
the-
trying
and
to
so
match
the
the use to the
applicant is-
neighborhood, though.
Yeah,
That's
but
what the idea is.
the applicant has already said that they would eliminate or restrict Zumba. That's the noise factor. There's not going to be noise associated with meditation or yoga. And so that's really the restriction we put on this, is a restriction on the use, which is no Zumba.
Well, okay, but it could be, there's other type, there's rumba. I mean, there's a lot of kinds of music that make beating noise. I think to define one, that's what my issue is. I hear you. I mean, I'm a business guy too, right? I'm not trying to, plan business at all. However, I do think we have this complaint, and especially up in the hammock, you're ruining our character, you're doing all that kind of stuff. This has been a house. It is RC. What would match that neighborhood? How are we going to match that neighborhood rather than just go in and shock another neighborhood up? And I think the noise issue is their big problem. Adam, you're telling me we don't have we have a noise ordinance, but how would that, and I don't know what that, I mean, is that a 50 or a 70, or not 50, probably a 70, 85 decibel at the property line?
Yeah, basically is. And, and for everyone's reference, normal talking is about 60 usually.
Right.
And it's measured at the property line. And then I'll also say out loud that our ordinance says it's enforced by the deputies. And the deputies, this is really high on their priority, if you can imagine. The sarcasm is real. But it's just not something that it's not prioritized. And it's not something that every one of them has a decibel meter either, as best I know. They don't carry these around as their normal law enforcement instruments in their
They
vehicles.
cost about $30, by the way.
I know. I think you can even pull one up on your phone. Yeah.
Actually, the code talks about a certified person doing it. So a police officer is not a professional in noise.
Yes, sir.
Let's just forego the headache of that. I'll amend my motion again to be that the Zumba and the amplified and sound would be removed off-site. This would be a yoga, meditation, real estate use.
Mr. Connor, do you want to amend your motion again?
I second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have more discussion on the new non-amplified version of the approval? The unplugged version. Okay. We've already, ma'am, again, I hear we've already addressed that. Okay. All right, no other discussion? Other discussion? Okay. All right, I'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, which, just to restate, would be to approve real estate office and a yoga-style operation without amplified noise.
Yes.
Signify by saying yes. Aye.
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 Oh, and then the 16 spots, you said.
I'll forego that. Just let that worry about the technical aspect. When they're doing that, they'll take care of that in technical.
No limit on the number.
No,
Okay.
no. That'll
Again,
take care of the site plan.
all
It's just
those
the
in favor
amplified
of the
noise
motion.
and the use. Let's focus on that, not try to design the site.
All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. I'm nay. I hear a whole bunch of nays. Okay, the motion does pass. Adam, you're going to have to draft that in such a way to try to define that limited use, okay?
We'll do our best. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, sir, I understand your disappointment. That's the way things go. Sure. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that went well.
Okay, next item. We are on number 9. Okay. All right.
We get an easy one yet?
I'm going to give us another 10 seconds for a few people to leave the room so we can have a decorum here. Where did the security guy go? I think he's out there. Yeah, he runs right there. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial requiring any ex parte communication. This is project number 2024-07-0056. This is the special exception in the RC district. This is for the Bronx Pizza. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they wish to divulge?
I do.
You do. Well, actually, you are going to recuse yourself, I'm assuming.
Recuse myself.
Okay.
I'm allowed to make comments from the podium.
Okay. And we're good with that?
Just for purposes of record, Mr. Goodman, you're a principal in the business at issue.
I'm a principal in the business.
Thank you.
So he will have to sign the form, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you're going to have to
Very
find
simple
a
form,
code
yeah.
that allows you to, that mandates that you not vote on this item because you have particular interest in it. Okay. Mr. Mengel, is this you again?
It is. I'm going to go ahead and stick in the chair, and Simone was ready to, she wanted to do all of these, but, and please don't misunderstand my presentation as wanting to make light of anything. If we do have need for clarity, I'll slow down, but just to try to speed through these. 4 lots are shown south of the former Hammock Wine and Cheese, and you have it between that's at the corner there of 17th and A1A, and then to the south is the gas station. You also have a residence that's at the back. It's now Bartlett's is on the corner. And then just to the north, you can see on this aerial is the Bronx House Pizza, the subject of the prior special exception request that's being modified here. 4 lots that are the subject, 3, 4, 20, and 21, I believe, are those lot numbers, showing the RC zoning. Remember, these were previously part of a future land use application and a C2 zoning request, and that was did not advance into approval, and so the RC stays in place. The Zone X on the portion there, X shaded on the back, no part in a special flood hazard area. Soils are fine, and then no wetlands. And this is the plan that you see which should be in your packet, shows our buffers along the south and along the east side, or at least the installation of a vinyl fence, along the west side. For the fencing, your A1A buffer on the east side, adjacent to A1A, showing the minimum 40 foot, along with the landscaping. Tree preservation shown in the shading. Work that had been done previously had been underbrushing and a removal of dead trees. That no living trees were removed as part of that clear out that had happened, the underbrushing that had happened previously. And so you have those buffers noted. That side landscape buffer is where it adjoins the residential, not where it adjoins at its frontage, where it adjoins the gas station. Just hitting some high points here. A1A had come back with their review and said traffic flow will create a real safety issue. Standalone parking lot is not a permitted use, and this will set a bad precedent for the scenic corridor overlay. I feel instead it would set a good precedent. I think this is something, and I've concluded in my staff report saying, I think we need more parking lots. I think we ought to look at other beachside towns like Flagler Beach, and where they have public parking areas that promote public access. And I get it, this is not close to the beach, but it's close to commercial operations that are supporting the beach activities. When you go out there, you may want to go and stop and have a pizza, drink a beer, whatever, you're out at the beach. You ought to be able to have that opportunity to do so, and it shouldn't be constrained by the factors that you normally see in a beach town, like hard limited parking. and so it shouldn't be something where maybe we need to have more of this on our end. And so I think that we need to have more of that dialogue. I also think, I'll go so far as to say that I think this was something that was supported by the charrette that we had with the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council when they came and did this. And if you read that report, unfortunately I had, it encourages the commercial nodes. And this clearly is the node. They picked this out and said 16th Road was the node. And so we can't come and say, well, no, it isn't that. It's not intended for commercial use. It's obviously intended for that. And so I think you've got a basis for supporting this modification. There are some conditions that we placed on this. And the biggest item that we had to buttress the idea of the conditions was an instrument that we were provided. I don't think I passed it out to you all. I meant to via email, but it will serve as a covenant that will restrict this use of this parcel for parking. And so that was the key part we needed to have. And so we have that document. It has gone through a couple of legal reviews. It may still have some edits left, but that document's very close to coming to bear. And if these conditions all work for the special exception, including here, and I'll highlight that, no overnight parking. The landscape plan is what prevails here, driveway connection, subject to DOT. And there was a note that I think you all had seen. I passed that on. And can't say that enough for the record, we don't control the driveway connection to DOT, to A1A. That's a DOT function. FDOT will do that. We can stand in the background and say as much bad things as we want. DOT controls the driveway connection to its roadway, also known as A1A. So, and I can't, it's unequivocal. That's how it is. With that, I'll close, await any questions, comments, submit my report for the record. Look to Mr. Moylan for any corrections or any items that he wants to add to this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just briefly, the document he referred to is finalized, and it arose because of the question of no standalone parking lots being allowed as just a use unto itself. But this will not be unto itself. It will be there will be filed a covenant restricting its use as a valet parking spot for as long as the Bronx Pizza shall be a restaurant. So it's not a standalone parking lot as if someone just wanted to open up a parking garage and start charging people to park. It is tied in the record to the Bronx House site. And that's finalized.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Okay, the applicant like to come forward and make a presentation. Please identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Bruno DeFabio, Bronx House Pizza. Good evening, board members, Attorney Moylan, Mr. Mengel. I'm sorry if I forgot anybody else, attendees. Today I read an email from an adversary, and I believe he referred to me as a developer. And I really never thought of myself as a developer before. I just thought of myself as a guy that came down to Florida, fell in love with the hammock, fell in love with the beach, fell in love with A1A, and I wanted to come down here and apply my trade. I am a pizza maker. I was very fortunate enough to partner with some very amazing gentlemen, and those gentlemen are lifelong residents of Palm Coast. They went to FPC. They played sports here. They raised their families here. They live in Palm Coast. My other partner is a New Yorker, but he's been in Palm Coast for quite a while, and now I'm a proud resident of Palm Coast myself. How great would it be for every municipality in the United States to have so-called developers actually live in the city that they're supposedly developing in? I think that's a pretty remarkable thing. Why are we here today? We're here, I'm just here to talk about there's a problem. There's a problem with parking on the right of way. And what are we trying to do to eliminate that problem? There's a problem about with some parking on A1A, on 17th, and on Sanchez. I think we may have brought some of this problem on ourselves. We're very, very into charity, philanthropy. I have been for the better part of 40 years of my life, and my partners are as well. What we did was we had a benefit with Vanilla Ice, and we had we had probably, I don't know, 200 or 300 people We gave 100% of sales that day to a charity, a local charity here in Flagler. And every dollar stayed here. We raised $84,000. To this date in 2024, Bronx House Pizza has raised over $120,000 for homeless shelters around the area, just in this area right here. So I think we brought a lot of this problem on ourselves. What did we do? Mike Goodman told me, Bruno, you know what? You're gonna have to stop with the bands, and you're gonna have to just, stop with booking events in the back. And it's my job as the partner to make ends meet. We invested quite a bit of money, invested my entire life savings as well as my partners. So I really feel obligation to make ends meet, and why not try to go for a return on our money? But again, Mike Goodman's like, look, we have to be a good neighbor. So we're gonna cease to do that. He's also saying, listen, we're getting complaints about the parking. I mean, what can we do? I said, Mike, we're not telling people where to park. People are parking. We haven't created this problem ourselves. So what did we decide to do? We decided to purchase a piece of land for $430,000 or $450,000 or $430,000. And I want everybody here to know, what is $430,000 after you've spent an ungodly amount of money, to erect that building and to start a business there? We're ready to expect a return on our investment, but we went out and we invested an additional $430,000 to try to solve a problem that we alone did not create. So what did we do? What did I do for my family after investing all of my money in this, my life savings in this? Now I have to postpone my gratification for how many more years until we replace that $430,000? And what? For what? We tried to solve a problem here, again, that wasn't solely created by us. But what it is it's a net benefit to the entire community, to the entire business community. That's what this is going to end up being.
Bruno,
yes.
we're going to need, you got a few more minutes. So-
Okay, sorry. So I just want you to know that this is the lowest possible use for this. In conclusion, for my adversaries, I just want you to know 50% of all restaurants fail within the first year. 85% fail within the first 3 years. Please, I beg you, let me make a living. Okay, we're serving an underserved community. We brought infrastructure to an area that desperately needed it. We don't need you adding to the odds of us failing, even if you unintentionally or intentionally try to snuff us out. I don't think it's fair. We do have a slide. If we could just show real quick a couple slides. Yep. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have it, but we've agreed to do a 15-foot buffer on the back part of the property in order to protect the residences on Sanchez. Can you show the next slide, please? Okay, this is the residence that we're trying to protect on Sanchez. Please show the next one. Okay, those of you that are familiar with the 70s sitcom Sanford and Sons, Sanford and Sons is a Taj Mahal compared to this, okay? What did we do? We beautified that parking lot, and it's the lowest use that we could possibly do. So, and here's another great picture. That's in front of our parking lot, or our proposed parking lot. You see a lot of people parking on the right of way. Oh, geez, I'll point out that there's nobody parked on the right of way in front of Bronx House Pizza. But again, it will be a net benefit to everybody. Do I have any more time or no?
No, not really.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to read a couple things, but I don't have any more time.
We're going to be having comments, questions.
Okay, very good. All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for the applicant or for staff on this? No? Okay, at this point, I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone in the public like to speak, please come forward and say your name and address.
Right next to you.
Ma'am, please identify yourself on the microphone.
Leah Groom, 98 Sanchez Avenue.
Thank you.
I stand before you today as a concerned resident of our community, joined by many neighbors and local businesses who share a collective concern. We have gathered signatures through a petition to express our strong opposition to the proposed modification of the special exception. Our community has always valued the integrity of our zoning laws and development codes, which have been crafted to ensure balanced growth and preserve the character of the hammock, as well as safeguard our shared quality of life. The proposed exception not only goes against the ordinance, but also sets a potentially harmful precedent. Recently, we have witnessed several troubling violations of these codes, including unauthorized land clearing, which they were cited for. The tree removal is of great concern in the hammock, and despite stop work orders, these directives were ignored, and has come to as a significant surprise and disappointment to learn that a member of this board has been involved in violating the very codes he is entrusted to uphold. Several palm trees and native bushes were removed without a permit. When we asked the worker, he cursed at us and even threatened a neighbor. As a property owner, public high school teacher, and active member of this community, I find myself in an uncomfortable and intimidated position. The idea of speaking out against a business owner who is also a member of this board is not only daunting, but also deeply concerning. The power dynamics at play are real and significant, and they cast a shadow over the fairness of the decision-making process, as well as real fear for retaliation or harassment of the residents. The disregard for existing codes and the lack of meaningful dialogue with residents highlights a significant issue. Decisions are being made without consideration of those who live and work here. I resent the fact that business owners have been characterized as real community members trying to better the area. There has never, not once, been an effort made to engage with the community. We are not anti-business. We are for responsible and respectful growth. We urge the Planning and Zoning Board to take our concerns seriously and to prioritize the perspectives of those who are most impacted by these decisions. It's essential that the board recognizes the significance of following the existing codes. Our petition, which reflects a consensus among local residents and businesses, underscores our collective desire for adherence to our established codes and meaningful community engagement. Our community voices should be central in these deliberations, and we hope that the board will uphold the principles of transparency, fairness, and adherence to the established codes and not bend for one business. Thank you. I'll submit the petition.
Yes, over here. Thank you. Any other speakers? If you're going to speak, try to move yourself forward. Please identify yourself.
My name is Jody Bollinger. I live at 5648 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. Before I start what I wrote, I do want to say I was happy when a pizza place was coming to the hammock, and the pizza is very good. Besides that, though, in the spring, Bronx was operating an outside beer garden beside the restaurant, but the beer garden ceased operation in June, and that was alluded to that the music has stopped. But my question is this: is the proposed valet parking lot a prelude to the beer garden operation starting up again? If not, why are the 2 food trucks, the portable stage, the 2 portalettes, the 6 picnic tables, and stacked tables and chairs still on site at the beer garden? I attended a meeting with county staff in May and received an email in June stating that the food trucks are illegal, yet they remain in place. The beer garden had seating for a minimum of 75 patrons. The 6 picnic tables, 8 tables with 4 to 6 chairs each, and Adirondack chairs. This does not include the patrons who brought their own folding chairs. When the beer garden was operating, the nearby neighbors measured the sound from the amplified music at 80 to 85 decibels. The noise ordinance says that residents at their property line should not be above 60 decibels. As we've heard, the noise ordinance really can't even be enforced. My concern is that if you approve this parking lot, Bronx will again operate its beer garden. As in the past, the parking would still be inadequate, the illegal food trucks still be serving food and drinks, and the amplified music would again reverberate throughout the neighborhood. So I go back to my original question. Is the proposed valet parking lot a prelude to the beer garden operation starting up again? And that question can probably be answered here tonight and would probably give the neighbors a great deal of, I don't know what the word is. They'd be very happy to know if the beer garden is not going to be operating with the amplified music. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Janet Sullivan, a member of residents of the Hammock, resident of the Hammock. The conversation before this, the yoga studio before this, that conversation was really rich because I heard Mr. Lombardo say, it's okay, yoga yes, Zumba no. Well, the beer garden has Zumba till 9 o'clock at night, essentially, when it was running. So to think that there was so much conversation and support of the residents who did not want that yoga studio, did not want that Zumba every once in a while, and yet we had to put up with the beer garden was just really kind of amazing. Also, they didn't want, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just so frustrated tonight. So the parking lot. Will the parking lot ameliorate parking problems? And will that be guaranteed? Or will the parking lot just give more parking for more patrons and the parking problem still won't be ameliorated? Will there still be parking down Sanchez? Will there still be parking in the right-of-way? What guarantees are there if this parking lot exists that the issues that everybody's concerned about will not be there anymore? Or is it just 28 more spaces for more patrons? And as for Mr. Bruno, it is not anyone's responsibility to make you successful but yourself. We should not have to change our codes or change anything. I have owned businesses my whole life, and I had to abide by codes. My success was that on my family and my employees. It was not because the government made changes to assist me to be successful. And the photographs that were presented were on the buffering, so rude. Those photographs were old, and that is those people's yards. Maybe that's not how you keep your yard, but that's those people's yard, and a buffer is appropriate. So rude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dennis Clark, 5784 North Ocean Shore Boulevard, and I'm speaking for myself. You're going to get two handouts, thanks to Jan. One is from an expert witness who has experience with traffic studies. The other is 4 pages that include a couple diagrams, and I was wondering if, I don't know if Adam can bring it up or not, but if not, I got a diagram, a traffic flow diagram that will help when I explain what the issues are. Can we get the overhead? It looks much better on there. electronic copy. All right, I already lost a minute. Please, Bronx House is attempting to solve a problem they created themselves by creating a worse one. A worse one. The special exception application that was approved had 750 square feet of seating area and 4 employees. If you see the site plan that you guys approved, it was 750 square feet of seating area. Since opening, they have doubled it with the front patio and tripled it with the beer garden without providing more parking spaces. The traffic patterns from the valet parking lot create an extremely dangerous condition. This diagram shows how it would work. There's a 50-mile-per-hour speed limit on A1A. No left turns are allowed out of Bronx House parking lot, creating the need for U-turns on A1A, probably near the overflow lot. Left turns may not be allowed from this overflow lot. We don't even know if they'll be allowed to make left turns out of this lot. The drop-off and pickup location will cause more traffic congestion in the entrance and exit. Left turns to the drop-off location will interfere with regular traffic and vehicles exiting the regular parking lot. Takeout patrons will not want to use valet parking. What happens when the valet is not there to pick up the car? Where will the cars queue? How does the valet unlock and lock the security chain on the overflow lot every time? This interferes with vehicles exiting the Publix and SunTrust parking lot. So if you look at that diagram, you'll see all the traffic patterns, including the U-turns that are going to have to be made. And it doesn't show what would happen if you couldn't make a left turn out of the valet parking lot, which we don't know yet. So there's a lot here. Look at somebody trying to exit out of Publix into this mess. This is really bad. This is an especially dangerous precedent for the National Scenic Byway and All-American Road.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Somebody else may finish for me.
Anyone else like to come forward and speak?
Hi, Robert Sprouse, 109 Sanchez. I have the displeasure of actually being the neighbors of Bronx House Pizza. I keep hearing about the infrastructure and development. Well, we're not Flagler Beach, we're not Daytona Beach, we're not St. Augustine, we're the Hammocks. We're a small little community. We're not asking for this infrastructure. We're not asking for this development. We don't need another parking lot, okay? Like the speakers before me, I do worry that a parking lot is a prelude of what's to come. I have witnessed what's happened. I will say things have been better since I've shut down the concerts. Prior to that, my daughters were not allowed to play outside. They could not safely play outside because I had drunk customers yelling into my backyard. This is how close I am to their property. I have asked them to put up a fence protecting my property, and I was told that they did not have the authority to do that. I don't believe because they don't own that lot that they're using right now. I have asked them to tell their customers to move their cars off of my property, to which they did oblige the first few times, after which I was told that I needed to take care of it myself, therefore giving me, I already worked 2 jobs, a third job to police my own yard on the weekends. These are the people talking about community and neighborhood, yet they have shown complete disrespect and care for our community. I don't know what else to say. Based on the previous ruling, I'm sure you're going to go in favor of them. Just know the Hammocks, we're not anti-business, but we don't need or want the extra infrastructure. We don't need more parking lots. We need more community centers. We need more local businesses, which again, Bronx House is, but they are not responsible community business owners. And as somebody brought up, for as long as the Bronx House remains an active business, this would be their parking lot. Well, one day this pizzeria will fail. If it's 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, who knows? You guys are going to set a precedence that we can now start opening up these vacant lots as parking lots, tearing down our trees and putting infrastructure where nobody wants it. And we're basically going to turn into that little ugly patch in Crescent Beach, which I don't think anybody in the Hammocks wants. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Kathy V. I live at 5676 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. And first of all, I want to say I really like Mike a lot. and I really love your pizza. And I have the app on my phone up. I have to prove it. But I think the parking has gotten out of control. You know, they paid Paradise to put up a parking lot. That's kind of what we're living with right now. And I think the root cause of this is that the restaurant was built and was supposed to have a certain number of parking places for those patrons, and they've been super duper successful. The beer garden really, really has become a problem, and I'm hoping it's shut down for good. I think that's going to resolve a lot of the issues and the resentment and the feelings that people have about it. But the parking lot, as Mike said earlier on another item, you know, you're setting a precedent. I think it's a dangerous one, and I just hope you don't end up in litigation again. That's really all I have. I usually have a lot of prepared comments. I don't. I have a piece of pizza in my refrigerator. I'm going to go home and eat it as soon as we're finished.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Ron Long, 252 Aldo Drive. I guess my only concern with it is, you mentioned that, Mr. Mengele mentioned that we need parking out in the area, which I guess that's a good idea and so forth. But you mentioned that this is going to be only for Bronx Pizza. It's strictly their valet and no one else can use it. And then, of course, once they're done with it, then it can't be a parking lot anymore. So I'm not sure how it would address any helping with parking in the area, as you alluded to, Adam. And that's kind of all I have to say.
Thank you. And by the way, it's Mengele.
Sorry?
His last name is Mengele.
Oh, Mengele, sorry.
Good evening, Dennis Bear on behalf of the Hammock Civic Association. I'll keep my remarks brief. It's been a long night. This is probably about as less exciting than the debate that's going on, but I have no problem with pizza operation. I don't go there all the time because I don't live in a hammock, or the gentlemen that operate it. And I'm glad they're addressing the problem because the parking up there is a problem. But there are some issues here. First, standalone parking is not a permitted use. So Adam's suggestion, and I guess what staff has done is, okay, we've got an agreement. Well, where's the agreement? How come we don't have it for review? That was one of the things, for my project earlier tonight, we not only had to have the agreement, it had to be signed before we could come before you to discuss the issue. So I think that seeing that agreement is critical. But as is mentioned in the report that was provided by our expert, who's definitely a planner, Thad Crow, in the design that you've seen, the flow chart that Dennis Clark showed you a little while ago, this doesn't make sense. You've got valet parking pulling out on 50-mile-an-hour highway, and to just say that DOT is going to address it by the access permit that's going to be issued at some point down the road, I don't think adequately addresses the safety concerns. It just doesn't make sense the way the parking is being proposed. You would think that a traffic engineer, either from the county's perspective or the applicant's perspective, should really put a stamp of approval on this. Maybe there's some other way to make the driving in and out of this going from zero. We heard earlier about the coming out of a sand parking area or a roadway onto the A1A in that area is not a safe, it could be a safety issue. So that's one of the things. One of the other things, if you are going to approve it, put employee parking there. That'll take some of the burden off the existing parking. Make sure the beer garden's gone, no outdoor uses unless the special exception is again amended to allow that to occur and they can show they've got sufficient parking. But the other thing that you may want to consider doing is if you do allow this, but I would, again, urge you to get a traffic report first and also see the agreement. Make it for a limited period of time and see if it really does solve the problem up there. If not, then it could be revoked at some future date, say 6 months down the road. There's not going to, if you do improve it, it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of infrastructure that's required because they're not paving the parking area, but it just seems like there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before you can take it to the next step. And so I would just urge caution as far as getting that taken care of. And the final point I'd make too is how do you monitor that 5 months from now, 10 months from now, that it is only being used for valet parking? It just seems like there need to be some more safeguards put in place as far as that part of it's concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Anyone else like to come forward and speak? Please identify yourself for microphone.
John Baker, 42 Bannerwood Lane.
As a guy that goes to work every day, 5-6 days a week on Ocean Shore, I want to thank you guys for taking these steps to make it safer for me to get to and from work. I travel, I see restaurants both sides of the road, cars up on the side, people pulling out, not paying attention. Multiple times people talk about people spinning the wheels in the dirt. The other night, coming through there, guy pulls out of Bartlett's, about knocks me out. Guy coming out of TJ's 2 weeks ago, exact same thing. So at least these guys are trying to come up with a solution, and I came in here tonight just to say thank you for giving a solution to get me home safe to my wife and my dogs.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Chris Herrera. I'm a Hammock resident, big patron of Bronx House Pizza. Love the pizza. Good job, guys. My comments is all about safety. It's, I drive a big truck. Pull into Bronx House sometimes, the parking lot is full. I can't do a full U-turn and get out of there, so I have to back out into A1A. You have people driving down doing over 50 miles an hour, probably 60 miles an hour, and I got to time it, come in reverse, and then go park across the street over in a public shopping center, where now I got to have my family cross almost 4 lanes. There's really 2 lanes, but it's with the turning lanes, a busy intersection where there's no lights in it when it's dark out, and people speeding all the time. So I think this alleviates a lot of the safety concerns for myself and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comments and bring it back to the board. The applicant want to make a rebuttal? No. Okay. Do we have any comments from the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
I have,
Yes.
may I just clarify one point that was brought up during the testimony so that you're clear what's before you? The additional valet parking does not allow them to increase their seating limit. There is a limit in place. I believe it's 160, the seats. Regardless of square footage, they're
Right.
limited to 160, and this won't increase that number.
Thank you very much.
all right, this is a very strange position I'm in, being on the board and having to speak about this, but I will speak about it. Mr. Clark has been after me for years. He has I think a vendetta against me personally, because every time I try to do something and I prove him wrong, he's not happy with it. Mr. Clark seems to approve things with the help of his cohorts, such as the shape of water. I was at that meeting when Mr. Clark was in favor of doing it, and now in the meantime, he approved parking across the street, across A1A, so that guy would have parking. He never worried about people walking across the street, never made a comment about valet parking. But now, all of a sudden, because I'm involved in something, it becomes a problem. I really have a hard time, looking at that. You talk about people, they choose where they want to park. We're giving them an option now. We're going to take your car, we're going to park it safely. You don't have to walk along the street. You can go inside, enjoy your food. Back to the other thing, I'm looking at my notes here. Mr. Clark's wife was in Publix when we were building the building. And one of the clerks pulled me to the side and told me what she had said, that they're going to make sure that we never open.
Entirely inappropriate
No,
to
you
engage in
can't interrupt me at this point. I'm
It's
talking.
entirely inappropriate to make personal
You
attacks.
cannot interrupt me. Sit down, please, sir.
Mike, I hate to say it, I'm just trying to bite my I think you need to try to help yourself by limiting the comment more
All right.
to our
All right.
agenda item than any type of the
Okay.
personal part of it. I
Okay,
think you
fine.
leave it aside. 'cause I
All
don't
right,
know
I'll
if it's
leave that
helping.
to the side. Okay. All right, how about bad data analysis? I mean, I didn't realize Mr. Clark is a engineer. He comes up with all these ideas of what people should do and what people shouldn't do. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty disappointed. You know, we do a lot to keep our properties nice all along A1A, whether it's the Bronx House. Our buffer zone hasn't been eroded 1 inch. It is still the way it was after 3 years, which I cannot say about other properties. We trim our trees, we cut our grass, we are good neighbors. When there was a problem, we resolved the problem. And, you know, the insinuations that we're going to rip down all the trees on the lot, no. If anybody knows me, realizes that we preserve the trees that are on our property. We preserve all the huge oaks on the back of the Bronx House. We preserved all the big oaks on the piece of property that we purchased. At the end of the day, we're trying to be good neighbors. We're trying to do the right thing. And for people to come up here, some people, not all, and cast us as bad neighbors, I'm sorry. That's just completely wrong. I'm just going to stop at this point. When somebody tells me I'm rude for taking a picture of a garbage dump, really? I mean, that's, you know, they look at the wrong things and, you know, all right, I said enough.
Okay,
I'm
thank you, Mike.
At this point,
Mike,
I'm
I
very
know,
emotionally upset.
Mike, thank you, I think.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
Get kind of back on track a little bit here. Number one is the concerned beer garden. Is the beer garden done? Is it coming back, or can the applicant step up?
There's a question for the applicant. You have to come to the microphone, whoever's going to speak. Please identify yourself.
My name is Michael Benici, been a resident since '93, business owner since 2004 on Palm Coast. Everyone's talking about the beer garden. Bartlett's and the Wine and Cheese have had a beer garden since all I can know. No one complained about the time. And that's where, when he talks about a personal vendetta, Wine and Cheese plays music later than us. We shut it down to be courteous, but no one has brought up Bartlett's. No one's brought up the Wine and Cheese. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're going to shut down the beer garden. Are they going to shut down Wine and Cheese? Are they going to do that? I need to know that. We're running a business. Every problem that any problem that we've caused or has been brought to us, we are bringing a solution. Nobody's even talked about the parking lot on the side we're renting. How many cars can we valet there without even leaving our parking lot? I could probably fit 20 cars there. We continue to come up with solutions to the problems. And every problem they come, we're going to have a solution for it. I don't mean to sound arrogant and cocky, but we do. We put our life savings in here. We employ people, we create jobs. And you know what? Everybody else that came up here that's huffing and puffing saying they're business owners, I don't think they are, because they wouldn't treat us like that. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you we're shutting down something when our neighbor is doing the same thing right now as we speak. We shut it down in June. They're still doing it. Is nobody complaining about that?
Okay.
It's just
All right, so
thank you, sir.
All right, so we're checking that box. It's undetermined whether that's going to come back or not based upon neighbor as well. Now let's go to the traffic and let's go to the parking. There is a problem there. There is a safety issue, and that's kind of where we are right now, right? We're trying to figure out if we're going to grant the special exception for safety purposes, right? This is purely safety purposes. I think it makes sense.
Yes.
I definitely think it makes sense to do. I think that, they're going to do it the right way with buffering the neighbors. I'm not sure. My iPad keeps crashing, but there's probably an adequate amount of spots there to help traffic. I do like, I believe Mr. Dennis Bear mentioned employee parking. Are you going to put employee parking there, or is that, or?
There will be no employee parking. It's valet only. If you guys want to make a suggestion, we're very willing to listen. If that's what you feel like would alleviate some things.
How many employees do you have park at the Bronx House property right now?
Well, we rent a lot, so no one parks in the parking lot. No one parks close to the door. Our employees, myself as well, park as far away as possible in that lot.
All right, so they're not, employees aren't really impeding on.
Not on our paved lot at all, no.
Okay, so that's for patrons.
We are open for your suggestions. If that's something that you feel like we should do, we're open.
I was just trying to figure out if moving employees to that lot is going to help add space on property for patrons, if it would make sense or not. If the employees aren't taking up patron parking and they're in another area, secluded and tucked away, then that makes sense to keep them there.
We are willing to take your suggestions.
Okay.
Regarding employee parking.
I guess, if employee parking is tucked away and not, taking up spaces for patrons, then keep it at bay and the way it is.
Yes, sir.
But in regards to the using those lots for parking space and valet, it makes total sense, because keeping it the way it is, it's not safe that way.
Mr. Lombardo, it's not parking space, it's valet.
It's
only.
valet.
We could fit quite a few cars there, I'm sure.
That valet in that location, alleviating the parking, in the back areas and everything, or people going across from Publix and having to cross the street, because I've had to do that before in the past. Makes total sense to have valet. 100%. I agree, and I think it would be good for the area. It's better than what is in place right now. So I'm in agreement with that, and that's what we're here for, right? We're not here to talk about pretty much anything else.
Right.
So let's stay on track and go ahead.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I applaud what they're doing, because the business is already existing. We're not here to determine whether the business is going to be successful or fail in 5 years or 15. They've already got a use in place. They've seen a problem, gone ahead, and in the community design of the hammock, which is unique, very unique, they've bought a parcel and decided to stick cars wherever they could without tearing all the trees down. That's why we're here, because we don't want to destroy the nature of the hammock by going through and paving large parking lots to create a parking lot for the Bronx House Pizza. We're trying to be able to tuck these cars in wherever they can fit and tuck, and it's not a good fit for most places. That's why it's the hammock. The hammock is unique. Our attorney stated that by doing this, we're not going to increase the seating capacity of the existing use, which, for whatever it is, I'm not going to ask the number. But all I see here is a good. They're removing an existing problem of parking along A1A, which is a problem, and they're putting it into a valet parking area where people are controlling the way they get in and out. Hopefully the valets aren't ridiculously crazy with the cars. I know we don't have the opportunity to pave the right-of-way or require a paved access, do we, Adam, by DOT standards? We can't dictate how that driveway access goes out there. I think Adam might have fallen asleep, sorry. But we do have that opportunity. I applaud the fact that we're trying to go this route. And I appreciate you guys doing it. I think it's good for the community.
And just a note too, that those lots are next to a gas station. So, it kind of, I don't want to say coincides, but it makes, it's not like you're building a parking, valet parking lot next to another, a residential house next to you. You have a gas station right there, and and behind it you have Sanchez, and then you have another restaurant to the north side of it.
I'll have to admit, I have to get out more. I'm working from inside a vacuum here that I shouldn't be in. I should have gone and visited the site before we came here. The other thing I have for Adam, and maybe for staff all, is it possible for us to suggest or begin to investigate having a reduced speed zone through that area? There are a lot of businesses there that are parking right on the edge of the pavement. The 85th percentile is probably well over the 45 miles posted speed limit. If that 85th percentile is traveling at 60 miles an hour, we need to change that down so the 85th percentile is back down on the 40-mile-an-hour zone. That added 2 seconds of reaction time might really save some lives. Just my suggestion from my perspective.
If I'm remembering correctly, the result of the Treasure Coast RPC's report from the charrette was also to not only have these nodes, but also have them, and 16th Road being one of those, a commercial area, just a multi-use area, but was also to have it effectively to have them serve as gateways, to have them serve as areas where you would park and then you would walk to these other uses that were there. And so one of the things we've talked about very recently is having speed studies are always done by DOT, but if there would be something there that could be done to dress up the landscaping, provide some kind of landscaping feature, maybe hardscape, maybe even something we had talked about internally, but like a paver, almost like a paver walk, where if you differentiate the pavement, that you'll slow down the traffic. You'll tell people this is not the same as the rest of the area. That's just what the result of the charrette was, that said, this is something that is different from everything else, and this is where we want it to be an activity center. And so I think that's very appropriate here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I know I echo the concept that this, this is actually a safety issue. It's funny because I heard a lot of the residents come up and complain about the safety of the public and all that, and it's sort of not to do this would be less safe than to do this. The cars are parking haphazardly anywhere on the street, in crossing that A1A. As Adam says, we actually don't have the ability to actually regulate that speed. That is DOT, and their methodology of doing it is maybe a little crazy, because I know I tried to have it reduced on US 1, and they go out there. Yeah, they actually go out there and will measure the speed of the cars, and they do that 85 percentile of speed. And if it's faster than what you think they are, they could increase the speed limit. So it's not necessarily, our venue tonight. We're here to talk about just the amendment or modification to the special exception that was here before to allow for this overflow parking, and not necessarily about the seating. As Adam said, we're not really talking about changing the seating or anything to do with that part of the special exception. And so to that degree, we're not talking about the beer garden. We are talking about this overflow lot. And I do think, as a safety point of view, having the patrons be able to pull up in front, and then having, I'll call them more of an expert in that particular street, the valet people be able to park that car and go back and forth, makes more sense than a family getting out at night and parking haphazardly up and down that street and around the corner. To the gentleman's, I don't know if he's still here. Yeah, there you are. And along his house. Hopefully that gets eliminated with this, because it allows somewhere to park. If we don't do this, all we're doing is we're not shutting Bronx Pizza down. We're just keeping the traffic problem, the parking problem like it is. And I don't think that's status quo for anyone. So I don't see that the negatives outweigh the positive on this. Do we have any other comments on this before we have it?
I don't have any more comments, but I can make a motion.
Okay.
I can make a motion to approve application 9 for the special exemption in the RC Residential Limited Commercial District.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it to the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion passes. Okay. Mr. Clark, I think that would be not appropriate. I apologize from the board. I wasn't comfortable with it either, but at this point, that's over with now, okay? Okay, number 10. This is also a quasi-judicial item. This will require any ex parte communication to be divulged. Project number 2024070053. This is a variance in the MH1 district. This is for a variance for 15-foot easement, a 16-foot side yard setback. Oh, Simone, okay.
Good evening.
Simone, you're doing this presentation, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Simone Kenny, planner. This is a before-the-fact variance for a shed in the MH1 Rural Mobile Home District at 19 Shady Lane South, located up in the Hammock. Future land use is residential low-density rural estate. The zoning is MH1 Rural Mobile Home. There's no particular flood hazard being located in flood zone X. The soils are primarily Orsino fine sand, and there are no wetlands on the property. The property is described as lots 74 and 75 of Magnolia Manor Unit 2, with a width of 100 feet and a depth of about 84 feet, making it an undersized lot of record in the MH1 district. And the property currently contains a mobile home from 1986. The applicant is requesting a 4-foot rear north variance from the required 10-foot rear setback and a 9-foot east side setback variance from the required 15-foot side setback requirement for accessory structures in the MH1 district in order to place a 10-foot by 12-foot storage shed in the northeast corner of her property. The code states that accessory buildings cannot be located within 10 feet of another building, and the proposed location places the shed at exactly 10 feet, measuring from the corner of the mobile home to the corner of the shed. Based on the location and angle of the mobile home and septic tank, which is located behind the property, the shed, there's no room on the left-hand side of the property. There's less room behind the mobile home, and accessory structures cannot be located in the front yard. So this is kind of the only spot it can fit in. Your options as the board are to find that all variance criteria have been met and approve project number 2024-07-0053 for a 4-foot rear yard and a 9-foot side yard setback variance from the required 10-foot rear yard and 15-foot side yard setback requirements. Or you can find that all the variance criteria have not been met and deny project number 2024-07-0053. Or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the variance request to a time and date certain. If there's a decision on a denial, we would ask that you call out the specific criteria that are not met. With that, I will close awaiting any questions or comments from the board and submit my report for the record.
Thank you, Simone. Is the applicant here? Okay. Would you like to give a presentation? Please identify yourself at the microphone.
Tina Davy, 19 Shady Lane South. It's mobile home.
Just speak into the microphone.
It's mobile home and doesn't have any place to store stuff. And when my husband was alive, somebody was living in there. But now me being truck driver, OTR, I don't have a safe place to store like lawnmower or anything. And I got motorcycle. Right now I store in, friend's house. So it's only place where I can store stuff, lawnmowers and motorcycle. And plus besides that, in current time, I was on the road and a few months ago, AC went off. So this mobile home, I got lots of mold. I'm in the process of fixing that. And some stuff left of mobile home I need to put somewhere. So construction can remove sheetrock, which full of mold. So it's all, I don't know what to add extra.
That's fine. Thank you. Would anyone have any questions for the applicant or for staff?
This is just a shed.
Yeah. So this is a proposed shed.
A proposed shed.
Ma'am, just come up to the microphone.
It's just a regular standard pre-built shelter.
Like one you'd get from Home Depot or Lowe's
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
like that, and they're gonna to bring it, install it, put acres, and I did not get with me right now, but I got those standards, code standards.
Do you pour a slab for those, or you just put them right?
Now they don't put slats; they just put concrete blocks and acres.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff or for the applicant? Okay, at this point, I'd like to open it up to the public. Anyone in the public like to come forward and speak on this item, please do so now. Seeing no one come forward, I close public comment and open it back up to the board. Do we have any other discussion or a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve the application.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second? Mr. Goodman seconds it. Okay, any discussion on this motion? No discussion? I'll bring it to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No, you have your variance. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. The next one is, we're on number 11. Again, a quasi-judicial requiring any ex parte communication. This is 2024070046, a variance in the PUD. This is a request to exceed the maximum impervious coverage. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they'd like to divulge? Seeing none. Go ahead, Simone.
This is a before-the-fact variance for maximum impervious area at 20 Huntington Place, located in the Huntington Woods at Hunter's Ridge subdivision. The future land use is mixed use, low intensity, low density. The zoning is PUD, plan unit development. There's no particular flood hazard being located in flood zone X. The soils are mainly Pomona fine sands. There are no wetlands located on the property, but there are some potentially behind. According to the plat, this property is lot 43 of Huntington Woods at Hunter's Ridge Phase 1, being 60 feet wide, 135 feet deep, and bearing a 10-foot utility easement along the front property lines. The applicant applied for a building permit in May to remove an existing back patio and replace it with a screen enclosure with a concrete slab base, but was initially rejected by staff for potentially exceeding the maximum impervious requirement, prompting the applicant to apply for the variance. The proposed site plan indicated the removal of approximately 432 square feet of existing patio pavers to be replaced with 588 square feet a 588 square foot concrete slab and screen enclosure. Whereas the pavers are considered 75% impervious, the concrete slab would be 100% impervious, and therefore the replacement and slight expansion of the footprint was calculated to be an increase of 264 square feet. This places the total impervious area of the lot at 50.86%, which is 7.26% over the maximum allowed 43.6%. The original PUD agreement of Huntington Woods at Hunter's Ridge Phase 1, which was approved in 2008, did not have a maximum impervious area requirement. The developers then amended the PUD in 2014 to provide for the construction of temporary sales centers, and then they amended the PUD agreement again in 2017 to change the site development requirements. Through this amendment, the minimum lot sizes decreased from 7,800 square feet to 7,500 square feet, and the maximum lot coverage was increased from 40% to 43.6%, and then a new maximum impervious area requirement was added at 43.6%. The staff report from 2017 amendment documented that the increase in lot coverage was intended to provide homeowners and future lot development with more usable space, and that a higher maximum lot coverage and maximum were initially proposed. However, prior permitting through the St. John's Water Management District established an upward limit impervious area for the development, and that could not be increased without having to rework the stormwater system. And the applicant has stated that they've reached out to the Water Management District. And those are the calculations. That's the correct.
That's not this.
Forget those. Your options as the board are to find that all variance criteria have been met and approve project number 2024040017 for a 7.26 maximum impervious area requirement, or you can find that all the variants have not been met and deny the project, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the variance to request in time certain. If there is a decision on the denial, we would ask that you call out the specific criteria that are not met. And with that, I will close awaiting any questions or comments from the board and submit my report for the record.
Thank you, Simone. Is the applicant here? Would you like to give a presentation? Identify yourself with the microphone.
Jackie Massatelli, 20 Huntington Place, and Tom Wilson. Yes, so it was a request to utilize my backyard. Basically, I'm just looking to go out and do a screen enclosure. It's the flooring that's become the problem for me. So I had met with the planning board, and they had suggested that I go ahead and I apply for a variance. So that's what's brought us here, and Simone and I have gone through so many numbers together. But yeah, so we're just asking for permission to move forward with the variance so we can do the extension.
Staff noted in their report and again tonight that you were reaching out to St. John's Water Management.
Yes.
Did you get any response from them?
No. Susan, I don't
Susan
remember her
Graham.
last name. Susan had recommended that I reach out to them. She gave me the contact information, and when we last spoke, she said she wasn't the least bit surprised that I hadn't heard back yet, that I would eventually.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for staff or for the applicant?
You went to, sorry, you went to your ARC, and the ARC came.
In Huntington Woods, I'm part of Hunter's Ridge, so I've got the Huntington Village HOA along with the Hunter's Ridge HOA. I went through the HOA process in June, and I've received approval from both HOAs.
Okay, so they were fine with everything.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And I've even gone back to them to talk about the meeting here tonight, about whether or not I need further approval, and they said your approval would be their approval.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corbett?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to wait for the public first, so get that out of the way.
Okay.
At this point, I open up to the public. Anyone like to come forward and make a comment on this application? Please do so now. Seeing no one come forward, I close public comment. Okay, Adam, not Adam, I'm sorry, Simone. I was going to make a bad joke, I'm not going to say. The problem I saw with this item is that if we grant the variance, they still do not have permission from St. John's Water Management to exceed the maximum impervious. And I mean, we cannot, as this board has no authority to supersede a state impervious recommendation, or I mean, requirement. So if we were to approve this as it stands, where does that leave them? Because are they just supposed to go forward and do this, and then St. John's Water Management have a problem with them down the road, and they say, well, the planning board said we can do it? Mr. Moreland, are you going to give us some legal advice here?
I was inquiring whether the ERP addressed the impervious of individual lots, and I suppose it does. I also would imagine that such a small item would be difficult for them to even look into and address. It's probably not even back burner, but just off the radar entirely. You may consider, I'm just giving you some ideas, if that's where your thinking is, to grant the variance unless objected to by the water management, or unless it's contrary to their permitting. You could grant the variance subject to getting something in writing, an email or something from the water management saying they don't care, if that's where your thinking is.
Well, I had two thoughts on this. One, protecting the county from the possible litigation of we allowing someone to do something that we didn't have the authority to do on that side of it. We can talk about our impervious to our part of the code, but it doesn't address St. John's. And the second part is not maybe informing or allowing the applicant to understand the ramifications that there's another step. Now, she did say she went to the two different boards there that regulate them, and they are the ones who would be dealing with the impervious, the retainage area. And if they're approving it and they're allowing it, and I agree with you, I don't think this is enough of us. I mean, first of all, most residential lots, they don't get involved in the first place, but this is a large development, so they do, mandate that the developer in this original design make an impervious limitation to the lot. So that's what we're up against. So that's my concern. So maybe your recommendation is correct. We just do it with a caveat that this is, we are varying, if that's the way the board goes, the county rezoning, irrespective of any result with St. John's Water Management, because she said you did reach out to them, so.
We can't approve something with the condition that they approve it.
Oh, that's correct.
We can't tie them together.
That's correct. You are correct about that.
You can't bind them. I know that.
That's a state
I've been in trouble
statute,
there.
yes.
But
I don't know if I would tie them together.
That doesn't forego us from being able to approve it from our perspective.
Right, I just think
She's
we
aware
need
of
to
what she's
approve
doing.
that aspect
Yeah, right.
only.
Yeah, okay.
And not.
We can't condition our approval to them.
No, we
is what
won't
I'm saying.
condition
Okay,
it.
thank
I don't
you.
think I should
I just want to
condition it.
clarify.
That's correct.
Sorry.
You are correct.
That being said, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I'd move that we approve it.
I'll second it.
Let it go, because I think she's gone to the ARC, she's met it, it's a condition that came to her without her, it's a hardship placed on her without her personal input.
She did reach out to him.
And she's done everything she can do. I say, let's go with it, approve it.
I've
That's my
dealt with
opinion.
St. John's on a number of issues, and I can't imagine they would even look at this. I doubt she ever gets a response.
No, I don't think so either. But that was my,
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second by Mr. Boyd. Do we have any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion? I'll bring it to the vote. All those in favor of approving the motion to grant the variance signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nope. You have your variance, ma'am. You're welcome. Okay, we are on number 12 now. Boy, can't believe it.
So soon.
It's only 10:30.
This is the last one.
Yeah, there's two of them here. So this is, again, quasi-judicial, requiring any ex parte communication be divulged. Project number 20230400034, this preliminary plat for the Radiance and Eagle Lakes PUD. Does anyone have any ex parte they'd like to talk about? Seeing none? Simone, you keep changing.
We've got the subject property shown here on the aerial, and this is my attempt at superimposing the plat key sheet over the subject parcel. So it shows then the rough layout. And what's of note here is the single entrance road that's generally right, you can see it there where Steeplechase, between Steeplechase, right where that yellow road that comes in, that's now the alignment for Steeplechase. It should align up with that, is the entrance. You'll see that on that east side, right-hand side of Old Kings Road. And then at the other part to note here, let's see if I can get the cursor. Oh, it's going to work. So right down here is the emergency ingress-egress stub out. So that those are the things to note here with this. This part here at the south would be Radiance. This is known as the Northern Lands, this northern lands, and then the southern lands. I think that's how it's referred to. I've got it here, and I'll get it right next time. And so here's the land use. This is from our land use amendment when we had done that, how it shook out that we've got that residential low density single family, the 1 to 3 that's permissible, area of conservation, area of water bodies that were there, and all that led to the entitlement for 425 residential units on the subject parcel. Still planned unit development, that zoning was shown correctly on the land use or the property appraiser's maps. Zone X, not part of a special flood hazard area. Mix of soil types, as you can imagine, of such a large piece of property. And then this, you can maybe see that mix there with it. It's with the soil types being that mix, you also have some wetlands that also show up with this. So again, not a surprise. The pages here, and so you had 16 total pages on the plat. This was the cover sheet that included here for the display. And then I went through just a few of these, and so there were dedications on this. There were some, I think it was tracks A through O, I think is what I counted there, that were for various uses. I'm only going to show several of these sheets. And so this was the key map. And then this was what's the northeast corner. And so what you have here is the adjoining Old Kings Road, and then you'll have the landscape buffer that's shown there, and then along with that, then our tract. So immediately adjacent to it, that black line that you see here, there's a 10-foot, eyes are failing me, 15, dedicated right-of-way for our, or it was intended for our trail. And so that, and then we have our landscape buffer adjacent to that, 25 on the landscape buffer. And then you have your start of your lots. So this just to the south of that, I think, is that next one. And then here I'm showing the entrance. And so again, this aligning on its east side with Steeplechase Trail. This is that side. If you remember us talking about roundabouts, this isn't where the roundabout is. The roundabout would be to the south. And so this then being for that part that isn't the southern lands, this is the northern lands, this would just have a conventional intersection there. May require signalization ultimately. Don't think we talked about that in this iteration of the PUD. And then this area here, this hatched area, is that, and that's what I showed you earlier, that's the emergency egress that's stubbed out. It's identified here on this plat as future emergency access easement. A couple of questions that had come up was, okay, so how does this actually work out? Well, with Crestwind, when Crestwind comes into the south, that will link. You'll have those two, you'll provide that emergency ingress, egress here, but the timing right now of Radiance and Crestwind, they just didn't coincide. Crestwind could come as quickly as next month. There were just a few items on that to tie up, and so we're looking for that kind of any day now. So 174 acres out of the 202-acre total parcel acreage. This development was approved through that amendment to the original Eagle Lakes PUD. This one adopted as ordinance number 2022-10, 425 single-family lots in the northern lands, which I mentioned, mix of 40 and 50 foot. And then down the southern lands, there's 40, 50s, and 60s is what's coming up. And then that's where our link is to the emergency egress. With that, I'll close, provide my report for the record, and then these conditions that we have that are typical for preliminary plats: no construction commence prior to issuance of a county land development permit, no final plat to occur until you have that extension of utilities has installed and approved by FGUA. Temporary waiver of secondary means of emergency access is needed because we don't have Crestwind coming in at this point. Any subdivision improvements not completed by the developer to be bonded or other surety provided consistent with the requirements of the Land Development Code. Alternatively, you could recommend denial of the preliminary plat, and then the final option is continue it to a time and date certain. That, again, close, await any questions or comments, and can go into greater detail on any of these. We have representatives of the applicant present. I think we've got a presentation, right? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mangle. Would the applicant like to come forward and give a presentation?
Good evening. Corey Sittler with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm the engineer of record for the project. On behalf of the development team, no presentation tonight. We'll hopefully make this quick. We're just here to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant or for staff? Adam, I do have something because I was in a sidebar at the latrine. I think you, as I was walking in, you were bringing up the secondary entrance.
Yes,
What
sir.
is the outcome of the
Once Crestwind to the south comes in, then that connection will be made. And so presently, it's just shown as a hatched area. It's not in place yet, but the linkage will come through the southern lands. And so that's how the original PUD was approved.
Let me see if I understand this correctly. There's that southern whole track will be developed, and at that point, you're going to see going out that other one to be the second. So in the meantime, this one could be developed, the other one may not be developed, and we still don't have a second entrance here?
Correct. And
That be in compliance with our requirement to have a second entrance if you go above 50 lots?
So what we've done here with this and realizing, what we're talking about, and let me go back to the key sheet. So you've got a whole lot of road here and certainly understand what you're talking about. If I'm that one back here on this lot, I'm still having to go through all the way back to get to the front. What we've said before and our practice has been, notice the wider throat here. That what we were saying was if the accident happened at the entrance, that there could be the potential because of the width to be able to have alternative flow. You could flow through the exit if you had to, if you're following where I'm heading. That we've
Right, if
had
it
that.
happened right there at the second lot going in, right before that T intersection, you still just have a standard width road.
I understand.
I mean, my only point is, and I don't want to give the applicant a hard time, but, in fairness, we have gone to smaller projects and required them to have that. Even, it didn't necessarily have to be an active road, it just had to be a road, an easement, or something that was allowed, because allowing this plat to go forward and then never perhaps getting the other one built. And so for 20 years, they have a development, and we just didn't do our due diligence and allow a secondary gravelly road, or whatever you want to call it, that could be removed, landscaped, or whatever. I mean, it just seems to be prudent with such a nice site and such a project that they're doing so good to overlook this safety issue that we've imposed on other people. So that's why I told you when I saw this issue that I just didn't know, how you all are handling it. And I just think, to be fair, I don't see how we're going to ignore the fact that so many lots don't have that.
And we to mention it, this parcel has had its share of easements. And we had talked on a bit of a sidebar about the potential for having a temporary easement put in place as the platting moves forward. If we're getting too close to final plat, we don't have Crestwind moving like we thought it would, because what we're anticipating right now is Crestwind is just a month away. And so we're not going to have a situation where we're going to have this built, we're going to have that infrastructure in place, and we won't have that connection. At least we don't think we will. I did include that in as part of that. Admittedly, I put it in as part of the conditions. It's got to be in there because otherwise we're not doing what we're supposed to do. But if we're getting close to that final plat, then it's got to have something in there to be even on a temporary basis. And I think that the applicant would agree to that makes sense on our end. We've had those easements before, and those easements would go away once the platting happens on the parcel to the south.
Right.
Yeah, and just to respond to that, obviously that was a big point of us designing the project and working with staff. So what we've encountered in situations like this before is having in a condition of the 51st building permit approval, I guess, needing that secondary emergency access before obtaining that 51st building approval. So just a suggestion.
Right, and preliminary plat and then final plat, if they don't resolve it one way or another, it's not resolved tonight because it isn't here. It'd be heard at preliminary plat, and then, so there is an opportunity. We're not closing the door tonight to any remedy to that.
Remember with your step right now, you are doing preliminary plat, so you are authorizing construction to commence. And so at least with the initial phases, what you see here. And so that approval then would lead to construction, would not lead to occupancy until final plat. I know you won't see the final plat again. Final plat only goes to the Board of County Commissioners, but certainly, if you wanted to put in that condition, I think that works. 50, no permit for the 51st building permit for vertical development on a residential lot, that would work. Or if you just want to say even no final plat approval until a temporary means of emergency egress is provided via easement or otherwise. otherwise, I think that would work also.
Right, I mean, if they get the other project going and it's all in that construction phase and they start building houses, I don't think anybody cares, but.
No.
But if we don't do that in such a big project, and we've done it to people with, 51 lots, it isn't fair, so. Okay, do you have any other questions for staff or applicant before I open to the public? Okay, at this time, I'd like to open up to public comment. Anyone like to speak on this item, please do so now. Come forward and give us your name.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name's Walter Fafidio, and I had some backup, but in light of the hour, I am going to be quick. And I represent a group called Residents and Landowners Old Kings Alliance. And this, you might not have seen this before, because what we're trying to do is put residents, landowners, and builders on the same page for transportation improvements. And we're really a one-trick pony here. We want to work cooperatively to abandon the mid-block roundabout, which I know is in the next phase, and rebuild the Old Kings, Old Dixie intersection. And I understand that the issue of the roundabout manifests itself next month. Well, it was supposed to be on this evening's agenda, but it's been canceled, and so I beg this board's indulgence to allow me to start to build my record. We'll be back again next month. I remember when I was here with the rezoning of Eagle Lakes to become Radiance. And at that time, Eagle Lakes had a provision for a traffic signal. And we talked at that time, and I know you mentioned it, Mr. Langelo, that the former county engineer had come up with an idea that, well, the traffic count might not be met for a signal, so let's consider a roundabout. And it was just a consideration. Nobody liked it. I know the board members didn't like it, and I'm speaking for the residents. I represent 4 homeowners associations in the immediate area right now, and residents don't want it. So I was really shocked when I looked at, in preparation, I looked at the the final development order for the Radiance PUD, and it says as follows: prior to final plat approval, the developer shall pay its proportionate. Come on, Walt.
Walter, I think Michael's saying the page right before it.
Yeah, developer shall be okay, the parties further, developer has offered, oh, I love those words, and the county has agreed to allow the developer to construct a traffic circle at the intersection of Old Kings Road and Bulow Boulevard. So we went from an idea that nobody wanted, now all of a sudden it's some kind of a government mandate. And a traffic signal, when it used to be 600,000, like everything, it's probably more than that, but I think we're talking millions of dollars here for something that nobody wants. So now it's part of the PUD, and I think it would be a burden on Mr. Chimento's client to have to amend the PUD ordinance. So I would hope that either Mr. Mangle or Mr. Moylan can come up with a creative workaround, or if this board agrees that maybe the Board of County Commissioners will pick up on the idea and actually have the county amend that particular section of ordinance 2022-10. So I know that, by the way, this is one well-done plat. I was a surveyor, and I've looked at plats, and I looked at that survey you did, that topographical survey. You must have been out there for a month. But at any rate, what I would ask this Planning and Development Board to if all else meets your considerations and the county code, to approve this plat with a recommendation that priority be given to the improvement of the Old Kings, Old Dixie intersection over the roundabout. And by the way, let me just add a few more comments here, and I'm almost done. Again, when I looked at that ordinance and I saw that the roundabout was now a government mandate, I said, well, there must have been a traffic safety reason. So I went to Sands Lassiter's traffic report that accompanies the backup here. And what does it include? It concludes that all of the segments, and this is a segment, this mid-block roundabout is what's called, the traffic engineers call a segment, and they're going to be running fine. So there's no safety reason, there's no traffic reason to build a roundabout. And yet, the conclusion in Sands Lassiter's study is that at the 2029 background traffic, that Old Dixie and Old Kings Road intersection will be failing. That's on page 9 of Mr. Lassiter's report.
Walter, we did go past the 5 minutes. If you got 10 seconds
I
to
am,
wrap it
yeah,
up real quick.
And again, just let me read quickly. The
10
study
seconds.
area unsignalized intersections are anticipated to operate within the adopted level of service with the exception of Old Dixie Highway and Old Kings Road. So therefore, I'm asking you, if all else meets with your approval on this plat, to send it forward to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation that the intersection, referenced intersection, be given priority over the roundabout. And just let me finish that.
Walter, I'm gonna cut you off there. The item you're talking about is actually the next one.
I understand.
So we're
that.
going to take your comments tonight for the second one because we did go over. But
I'll go into some further detail, but just let me finish that. I know it seems, because it's intergovernmental, it seems like it's an impossible dream, but nothing happens until an idea gets started. Please start the idea.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Hi, Carol Bicel, 4122 Selena Lane. Good evening. I'll be quick. Going through this, the executive summary says about the water that a 10-inch PVC water line is proposed to provide service from a proposed 12-inch PVC potable water main that is to be permitted through another project that will be along the west of Old Kings Road. What is the other project that's west of Old Kings Road that's providing water, is my question. My other question is it Coulter or is it Venture 8? Venture 8 still shows up everywhere, and there's only a sales agreement in the packet. So those are my questions.
I didn't understand the first question.
The first question
Yeah.
is what's the development that's going along Old Kings Road on the west side that's providing this 12-inch PVC piping?
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Good evening. My name is Ray Sanchez, 26 Bay Point Drive in Plantation Bay. 2 years ago, I stood at this podium in front of the BCC with the chairman that's no longer here, and then other couple of commissioners that are no longer here, and I mentioned about impact fees. And I said, we need to get those impact fees covered before the building starts, so that we don't get to this conversation now that we're talking about intersections and traffic lights and who's going to cover that. I said the taxpayers should not have to cover that. The developers should be coming up with that money beforehand. That money that the developers are going to be coming, do the impact fees, is going to be coming from the people that are buying those properties. I know that because I worked at Orange County, Orlando area for 20-some years, and their impact fees now are over $30,000 spur. If not, we're going to have the same problem that they're having. So I reckon, please, do not approve all of these stuff before impact fees come in, because then it's too late, and the taxpayers are going to be stuck with those bills, all right? Please, take that into consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make any comments? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I close public comment, and I open it back up to the applicant if you'd like to make any rebuttals. And we did have a couple questions there, Adam. If you could please help us with the answer. Do you guys wish to make any?
Michael Schimento for the applicant. Number one, the roundabout, we have been working with the community, and as Walter suggested, it was an item that popped up at the last minute at the PUD approval. So we would be interested in working with the county to go back to the original idea without a roundabout into a signalized intersection. And we thought it made sense too because of the last minute. The county is actually the one going to pay for the roundabout. We'll construct it, but we receive a dollar for dollar credit, and that roundabout's turned out to be about $2.8 million rather than a signalized intersection, which is probably less than half of what it is. So we're interested in having that conversation if it makes sense for the county. The issue of water, there is FGUA's territory. If you all recall, the county sold their utility rights to Florida Governmental Utility Association. Presently, we are at the tail end of working with the city of Palm Coast and FGUA to construct a water and sewer line from Old Kings Road and 100 all the way down to the new city of Palm Coast lift station, which will replace the existing water treatment plant that you have there, that the county has there. So utilities are about to start construction in the right-of-way, hopefully about December, and it'll be on the city of Palm Coast agenda. So I think that was it. The question about Venture 8, they are the present owner, and when these approvals are finalized, Coulter will purchase it from Venture 8, the present owner. So I think that answers any of the questions that
did.
was.
Anybody have any
Anything else
questions
you have
for the
for us?
applicant or for staff? Adam, are we here to deal with that roundabout? I mean, it was in the PUD. It's not on this plat anyway. So is that anything that we have anything to talk about?
Not really, or at least not yet. I mean, I think,
next one,
like we said, Crestwind, it does make sense, but I talked quickly with Walter about it. I couldn't pull up the meeting that it had last been brought up at the Board of County Commissioners, but I do recall months, maybe even as much as a year ago now, where someone had come forward to the board from the community, Board of County Commissioners, asking that the board rethink the roundabout construction. And at the time, the board had come back and said, no, we're good for now. And I don't think they totally closed the door on the issue, but the same appeal as is being made now was made then, that the community really doesn't want this roundabout, and the board at the time had a discussion about it and kind of just said, well, we'll still stick with that for now. The other thing I guess I need to say out loud is that, and we know it obviously, is that we don't control what happens in Volusia. That intersection of Old Kings and Old Dixie is in Volusia County. And the last talk I've had with their staff is that, and we've got written into this PUD, there's proportionate share money that's supposed to go toward an intersection improvement that's there. Last discussion we had is that there is nothing within their capital improvements plan, their 5-year CIP, for any improvement of that intersection. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Doesn't mean we can't start talking about it. We really should, but for the moment, it's not on their radar because it's something we anticipated to be able to contribute to, but it's not happening for now.
Right. As far as due diligence go, I mean, there was an awful lot in this packet of TRC information back and forth. For the record, have all of the issues that staff has been addressing, I know I brought up the access, but has all the other issues been addressed in this thing to this point? Because again, you have an
Probably
awful lot of stuff going back and forth.
Probably safe to say there may still be some development engineer questions or comments about the utilities that, where I recall the discussion being left is that we have a kind of a phase one limit that's been identified where we feel very comfortable about the utilities. But as we get away from phase one, I think that there was some discussion still about some of the utilities. And I think honestly we'll find out as we get into this, how that will work. But the short answer is that I think the concerns that were raised in the TRC have been satisfactorily addressed for you to be able to take an action on this for approval.
Does anyone have any other questions for staff or for the applicant? Connor?
No.
Oh, thought you were going for your microphone. Okay, so at this point, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the application.
We have a motion, do we have a
I'll
second?
second it.
We have a second. We have any discussion? Would your motion include the comment about the 51 lot trigger to
Yes, the 51 lot trigger
get a
for the
temporary access road?
secondary access, right? Emergency access.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, do we have any other discussion on that? The motion.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Mike Boyd. Seeing no other discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Number 13, again, quasi-judicial, requiring the ex parte communication. Number 2023-04-0071. This is a similar project, only this is the Crestwood at Eagle Lakes to the south. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they would like to?
That was moved to October.
Oh, it's not on this one.
Hold on. So that what we had said was we said if you wanted to make a comment, but
Yep.
then I have my little magic here that I do. So there I go. So everybody's jumping in first.
I'm
Calm
going by this
down.
thing. and
I know,
we
I know,
didn't
I know.
Put it on here, so. Okay, so at this point, does anyone have any ex parte communication they would like to develop? Hearing none. Adam?
And the theory was if somebody wanted to make a comment, they could make that here at this meeting. Otherwise, we'll be back at the next month. My action that I would recommend for you to take would be that you continue this to a time and date certain, the October 8th, 2024 meeting at 6 p.m. in these chambers.
October 8th, okay. Okay, does the applicant wish to make any statement? No, okay. All right, at this point, I open up to the public. Anyone in the public like to come forward and make a comment? Feel free.
Like an answer to the question, what's the development?
You have to come to the foot microphone, man. I'm sorry. Identify yourself again.
What is the development that's on the west side of Old Kings Road?
And you are?
Carol Bicel,
Coulter.
4122 Salina.
I believe that was addressed with the statement by
Coulter.
Mr. Schimento
No.
that it was being built by the city of Palm Coast all the way down through.
No, there's a development that is providing the piping,
development.
the 12-inch piping that they're
Well,
tapping into.
I think
the comment, go ahead, Adam.
I think it may have, I think you're thinking of development like a named thing with subdivision. I think what they answered was the development is FGUA's extension of the lines, and that's what I just asked them. They're nodding yes. So,
Okay, that's the answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Okay, very good. Close public comment. Can we have a motion to continue to a date certain of October 8th?
Yes, sir, I'll make a motion to.
We have a motion by Mr. Boyd. We have a second. A second by Mr. Goodman. Any other discussion on the continuance? Hearing none. All those in favor to continue this till October 8th signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. we are
Mr.
on
Chairman,
number-
before we go to the next item, if I could mention, we have the Jim Darby, Laureen Cornell rule. That's the ninth inning rule that you cannot extend beyond 11 p.m. unless we have a supermajority vote of the board to continue. And so if you'd like to invoke that rule, this would actually take us off the hook on the next discussion on the comprehensive plan
Well, I don't-
since
I
we're
don't
at
know.
11 p.m.
That's an unofficial rule, correct?
Remember, Ms. Cornell had, well, yes.
So
But we
I don't know
had
if-
that adopted as our operating procedure, sir.
I think we're all going to be in agreement with you anyway. But anyway, this is staff comment. So is that your staff comment?
I guess it could be if we're not going to
Okay.
proceed with the discussion. We
Does
did
the-
want to put it
Does anyone in
on.
the board want to entertain this rule? I don't know if half of you guys don't even know what we're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You may know what we're talking about. There was a few members from past board that wanted to end the meeting at 11 o'clock. Despite whatever happened. I think it's a great idea. Despite whatever the issues were still at hand, you know, board went to bed and then they had to come back another time. So I don't even know. Personally, I didn't agree with it, but I think we might have a consensus. We're going to end this meeting very shortly. Do we have a consensus on that? Okay. Any other comments, staff?
No, sir, we do want to advance the comprehensive plan discussion. Remember, you got it a month ago, and so now you got it again. And so if you can, we do want to have a chance to talk. We know that we've got to be able to eat that elephant one bite at a time. And so we got some other elements that are coming forward. We'd like to start bringing them to you.
We do want to do that.
Yep.
Right? But I don't think tonight is the proper
Tonight
night
wasn't the
because
night,
of
I
that
understand.
rule that we're not taking up.
Yep.
Okay. Do we have any board comments?
Yeah, I think the rule should be 10 o'clock instead of 11.
Yes, Mike is right. It should be 10 a.m. in the morning the following day. And, okay, do we have any board comments? Or was that your board comment?
That was my.
That was his board comment. Any other board comment? Seeing none, we have anybody in the public want to come forward and make any type of a comment? Not on the agenda tonight. Seeing no one come forward, I ask for adjournment.